Hello, greetings. This is me again, Zara Jawad. Just fixing my mic. I've been charging and coming live stream. Couldn't see myself live here, so let's see. Okay, I the mic is on, so I'm just going to fix it here. Hope you can hear me. Greetings, greetings, everyone. This is me again, Zara Jawad. Now I can see myself live. I've come live, and I'm going to share this on my Facebook feeds profile. So last time I came live here, Saudi brother came to tell me that this was nonsense, but then later on agreed to some one point of mine on the Quran ayat of Muslims being lower than Momin, which I showed him. So I appreciate that. And now I'm looking for him. Maybe he will come back because I had to go. And so I hope this Saudi brother of mine comes here. Okay, I've just shared it on my feeds. I should be sharing it on my other pages. Couldn't see myself live here so that I could share before I come live. Upcoming notification. I couldn't see that on my channel. Now, sorry about the my voice was raised last time. I think I must approach another way, but you know, the brother who came, although we reconciled, and I thanked him and to see the ayat that he saw, and he accepted it that I was right. So in the beginning, when he came, he was like, it's nonsense," and I wasn't trusting him that he was, a Saudi. So I apologize for that too now. And, but very grateful that, hope he can see that he saw that ayat, but that he can see the other things which I'm going to point out again and again, as I have earlier on in my live streams. That Prophet Muhammad was a warmonger. So the ayats I missed to show him, because we were on this ayat in just, so I'm doing multitasking also. We were on this ayat which was I'm forgetting, but on the Surah Hashar ayats, I think, when I had to leave the live stream. So to explain to him, to show him that Prophet Muhammad, through these ayats, that he was a warmonger. And this is what Islam is about. Is Islam that even in Surah Fat, long time ago, I forgot to mention that when the Badu and the Arabs did not want to fight, um, what happened to them, what it says in Surah Fat ayat. So we can go through the Surah Fat ayats, but before that he said, well, in Surah Hashar ayats, those disbelievers of the book from among the book, people of the book attempted assassination. So I was looking for the law of attempted assassination on the president. And it says one constitution statute imposing death penalty for attempted assassination of the president, life imprisonment. But you don't go breaking houses. My point is that, you see, even if they broke a treaty, and that is just from the, like, I've gone far, how shall I say it? Let me find a way. You see, I've looked at all these things. I don't know how to show it, but as concentrating on one thing at a time, um, I'm not very eloquent in this. So please bear with me, right? So I've been showing, going to Surah Fatayat, then I proved that these Bedouins were not hypocrites, as they were called in Surah Fatayat. Then I prove through Surah Munafiqun ayat, they even ask for forgiveness. So shall I start? I think I will start with Surah Fat ayat again. To show my brother from Saudi Arabia, and I couldn't come soon after, I took a break. So I had to take a long break and make some food for myself, things like that. So here, if you see, you go through this ayats, even 7, like, and to Allah belong the soldiers of the heavens and the earth, and so soldiers, and that he may punish the hypocrites. Okay, this is, let's start from here. 6th ayat of Surah Fat, until you get it. Because you see, even for attempted assassination, he had the chance to move away from, migrate from Medina, Yathrib, which was Yathrib. He even changed the name of Yathrib to Medina. So I'm going to show you a lot of things here, again and again. I've shown this, but let's just take it from here, and that he may punish the hypocrite men and hypocrite women. And my brother said that, like, I should be careful what I say about Prophet Muhammad, but I'm very, very careful. And I'm not just saying it out of my head or for out of anger against him for any personal reason, but that what I have gathered from these ayats and analyzed them closely and found him what I found him from the ayats. So I'm also very sorry. I have to show you and put him in his place. Now we didn't even, because I'm a former Shia, you see. So for his grandson, not only for his grandson, 2 months, Imam Hussein doing mourning, remembering Bibi Zainab, Imam Sajjad, all the ladies of Imam Hussein, the daughters and all this, right? Women folk for 2 months and 9 days. But also Imam Ali in Ramadan, Imam Hassan in which month? And Bibi Fatima Zahra, Lady Fatima, his daughter. And doesn't stop there. We have 12 imams. So we do everyone. So we do martyrdom. We commemorate the martyrdom of all the imams. And this is how the years revolve around this. Today is the birth anniversary, Wiladat of Imam Hassan Askari. And, this also takes place along with our lives. And there are like many things, like Shias who are very, very sincere and all that. So they are just in this religion, and they have not even gone for any uh, Western education or anything. Just gone to Qum and studied. So I'm just going to check. Yeah, my voice is coming. So I also thank the brother who said, Saudi brother said, like my voice wasn't coming. He told me, but you know, anyhow, so I was grateful to him for that too. But he said that I didn't know Arabic and it's all nonsense. When I've put my blood and thing in this my condition and what I've risked my life and all this. So in the beginning, when he came like that, and he said my thing is nonsense, then I was on my guard now, thinking that what next? Like, look, we are here academically, right? And after the truth academically. So if my voice gets raised because I've had enough, but I will still go on. But you see, if I say anything against Prophet Muhammad, it means that I've said it through the Quran, I seeping through them. And that he hurt these people, not only hurt them, but he killed them. And he took their women folk and he married them. And why does he now want to punish the polytheists? I don't understand. And the hypocrites, even if you leave them alone, let them be there, who imagine an evil opinion of Allah. Who is he to punish the polytheists? Huh? And who think evil thoughts about Allah. And that Allah, okay, here it says Allah will punish the munafiqun, hypocrites, let them be, or what? And the anger of Allah is upon them. Hypocrites, we know what they are, right? Quran ayats are on that. And the anger of Allah is upon them, and He has cursed them and prepared hell for them. And worst indeed is that destination. Then we see later on that he takes it upon himself to give the message to the Badouin hypocrites, as the ayats go, that they will be confronted. They will have to fight a massive army, and that massive army will be subdued until what happens. So that too, and to Allah belong the soldiers of the heavens and earth. So isn't this like a war? Unless you believe in Allah and obey the Messenger and sing His praises morning and evening, then Allah will be pleased. So I'm coming to Surah Fatah ayat 9. Indeed, we have sent you as a witness and a bringer of good tidings and a warner. And now comes this ayat which I was talking about. That you people may believe in Allah and His Messenger and honor Him and respect Him and exalt Him morning and afternoon. Not i.e. Allah, but His Messenger. I've already spoken about this and showed you, thanks to Rob Christian who pointed this out. And also the Sunni Muslims who say that, or the only Muslims who say that we worship Prophet Muhammad, the Shias. As I was a Shia, so indeed those who pledge allegiance to you, they are actually pledging allegiance to Allah. The hand of Allah is over their hands. So he who breaks his word only breaks it to the detriment of himself. And he who fulfills that which he has promised Allah, he will give him a great reward. So association with Allah is allowed with authority, Surah Araf ayat 33, I think it is the number. Those who remain behind of the Bedouins will say to you, our properties and our families occupied us. Now, who are these Bedouins? Are they Muslim? Have they accepted Islam? See footnote to 9, Surah Tawbah 81. So I'll have to remember that. Now, here it means that you can't sit and you have to defend, even if, I don't know if you are Muslim or if you are a Jew, even, or you have to accept his religion. And you also have to help him and sing his praises morning and evening, you know, him also, not only Allah, but the Messenger of Allah, Surah Fat Ayat 9. And I showed how that was a mistranslation, wrongly translated ayat. Then here they are told, they say, that, we are told that they say the Bedouins, our properties and our families occupied us. So ask forgiveness for us. I already showed this through Surah Munafiqun ayat, that they are not the hypocrites. They say with their tongues what is not within their hearts. Say then, who can prevent Allah at all if He intended for you harm or intended for your benefit? Rather, ever is Allah of what you do aware. Okay, so they're called hypocrites here, but wait. 12. But you thought that the messenger and the believers would never turn to the families ever, and that was made pleasing in your hearts. So you see, Battle of Tabuk, they have tested him. Hmm. He knows what's in their hearts, and Allah has told him what's in their hearts. He is bringing out hatred for the Jews and Bedouins, and he's the one, and his Allah. And you assumed an assumption of evil and became a people ruined. So just for this assumption that they assumed also, let's assume that they did this. No, I cannot assume anything that this is true. Anyways, 1%. 13. And whoever has not believed in Allah, now comes the beef. And whoever has not believed in Allah and his messenger, again, then indeed we have prepared for the disbelievers a blaze. Here it does not say opposed Allah and his messenger. Here it says whoever has not believed in Allah and his messenger, even for these disbelievers, Allah has prepared a blazing fire. How much now? Let alone the opposition, the breaking of the treaties and pacts. Surah Fat Ayat 13. You see, slowly, I have to keep my. He's trying to send you to hell. I mean, he's trying to. What is he doing? So, sorry, I just had to listen to my voice. That my because I have this other ear. The mic is USB and so wireless. And whoever has not believed in Allah and His Messenger, what is he doing here? And is Allah meaning? No difference, really, not much. Allah is a creator, but other than that, even the possessor of power is another messenger. In Surah Takwir, we're told. And you can tell, you can see what they say if it's the Prophet or Jibrail. Now, do you see this ayat? Hold on. Concentrate. You see, he's making his religion like prevail over all. Doesn't this tell you this? Surah Tawbah will come. Now I can't put everything in this succinctly because I'm not that eloquent, but I would like to do justice and show you. So it's not only those who opposed him that will he fights. Leave alone those ayats that who expelled him. Then we see those ayats must be like what the Sunni Muslims say. True, what the Sunni sources say, right? Sunni sources, not Sunni Muslims. Sorry, correction. What the Sunni sources say that he no, that some of the verses were cancelled, abrogated. And this I've heard thanks to Dr. David Wood and P. Fender, Mr. J, Dr. J, and others from others. Not my Allah, not the Muslims, right? So thank God for them. God bless them and their family members much. Because our religious scholars, even the Shias, they have kept this either they've lied to us. They've lied to you. Or the Shias have been too brainwashed, and then I would say the Sunnis also. No difference. And whoever has not believed in Allah and His Messenger, then indeed we have prepared for the disbelievers a blaze. These have not opposed Allah and His Messenger. And if you don't help Him, what will happen to you? Like what happened to the Baduans. So the early Muslims of his time even didn't want to fight. So I can show you the verses, but I'll have to search for them. They are scattered in Ali Imran. There are verses about the Battle of Uhud, even Badr, I'm not sure, but Uhud I know, in Ali Imran. And in Surah Anfal, there's a verse, 6, number 7, something about not wanting to go to war. And if they even question him, uh, it's like they're being driven to their death. The earliest Muslims, polytheists who converted to Islam, and Ali Imran verses, those who didn't want to go to fight with their people or even defend their land or themselves, they said that if in Ali Imran, I think this verse is, that if there was a war, if we knew there was a battle, we would have gone. They were called hypocrites and God knows what. And where they will end up. So now, if this ayat has missed any of you Sunni Muslims, Quran only, because then in Surah Tawbah and Shias, you say, oh, well, about Surah Hashar, you say, oh, he broke no, they broke the pact, they broke the treaty, the attempted assassination. And then on the other hand, my brother, Saudi brother, thank God agreed that no, there should be migration, they should be emigrating also, and there should be no enforcement of this religion or your beliefs on others. And we have thought, oh, this was not Islam, but this is Islam. And I have to prove today again that this is Islam, that you enforce your religion on others. And those who do not believe in you, Allah has prepared for the disbelievers a blaze. And those polytheists also, if you read the Quran, thanks to Dr. J. on P. Fender pointing this out, that I had to check it, and Dr. David Wood. No, no, it is not just that Islam is all about peace, and only when aggression, those were aggressive wars. So the Messenger of Allah has his wars were defensive, as Allah told him, do defensive wars. It's not like that. And those who didn't even break the pact, if you read Surah Tawbah ayats properly, even they would be killed unless they accept the word of Allah, pay zakah, all this become Muslims, in other words. Right? Should I repeat this again? Now the brother came and told me that, okay, pact broken. So I told him, Surah Tawbah ayat, some polytheists who did not break the pact complete their term of treaty. And then what does the ayat say? They kill them, meaning kill them. Or when you find them, so read the Quran ayats, Surah Tawbah ayats properly. And I have proven that Salah ad-Din came. I've proven that those who know Arabic, even from Saudi Arabia, don't know their religion properly. And if any believe not in Allah and His Messenger, we have prepared for those who reject Allah a blazing fire, meaning who reject Allah and who reject this messenger. 14. Please get this clear. There are scattered ayats that may confuse you. Some of you may think and have believed for many, many years that this Islam is a religion of peace and not war. And someone is showing you now an ex-Shia, because if a Christian had shown you, you would not believe, not seen it. Forget the believing. So now please see it as I'm showing you. And to Allah belongs the dominion of the heavens and the earth, and He forgives whom He wills and punishes whom He wills. These ayats are just namely, because what happened in Hashar, that's the end, and for the polytheists, it's the end. And you remember, polytheists may have Bismillah, because Mala comes from polytheists. Hindus, Mala. I've contemplated on that. Anyways, but in Surah Tawbah doesn't even, you don't call that compassionate, merciful Lord anymore. So who are you calling then? Beginning the ayat. I wonder if some Sunni Muslims do say Bismillah when they, before reciting Surah Fatiha. Because some of us Shias noticed that some Muslims were not saying Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim when reciting Surah Fatiha. However, only this ayat, this Surah Tawbah, doesn't have Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Initially, you don't recite Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, but it's not written there, it's just understood. Now, from that, it was a Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, we could not say. So they tell us not to start that surah with Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Now, the compassionate, merciful Lord has disappeared. Ask yourselves why. Just something to ponder over also. Those who remain behind will say when you set out toward the war booty to take it, let us follow you. They wish to change the words of Allah. Say, Never will you follow us. Thus did Allah say before. Now, the war booties, you can see the earliest Muslims also, they were charged against this that, oh, you despaired for the booty because you lost in Uhud and you despaired. Al Imran verses, I think, or Surah Anfal. I think probably Al Imran verse. And then Surah Anfal verse. Never will you follow us. And they wish to change the words of Allah. How do they wish to change the words of Allah when there was some earliest, I mean, at that time, these Muslims, the new Muslims, who like wanted to even attack the caravan which had no army, and they wanted the spoils of war. And the Quran ayat is saying that. So only the messenger of Allah may not be greedy, but the Muslims of this time were greedy for the booty, spoils of war. So how are they changing the words of Allah? They are even blamed for this. Even those Muslims with Prophet Muhammad in the Battle of Uhud, right? There's a Quran ayat blaming them. But in fact, they were not understanding except a little, okay? And they were jealous and all this. Say to those who remain behind of the Baduans, 16th ayat of Surah Fat. Say to those who remain behind of the Baduans, is this the breaking of the treaty you are telling me about? Because they didn't help Prophet Muhammad? You will be called to face a people of great military might. You may fight them or they will submit. So if you obey, Allah will not obey Allah. God knows. It's just says so if you obey, meaning the messenger and Allah. Allah and the messenger. Right? There are many ayats which say, obey the messenger, obey Allah and the messenger. Allah will give you a good reward, but if you turn away, as you turned away before, now what is Allah promising them a good reward? After, like, okay, so no. So if you obey Allah, no, if you obey, Allah will give you a good reward. Okay, last time I said that, what if they, no, but Rasulullah did not fight them, so they can't have their women as captives, right? The Muslims. The women have not gone in the hands of the Muslims. But, so I correct myself here and then carry on. So if you obey, Allah will give you a good reward. But if you turn away as you turned away before, they turned away here. So a part of the treaty now, it seems, that you have to obey Allah and the Messenger. And they just said that we are busy with our properties and our families. Help Prophet Muhammad. This is the part of the pact to help Prophet Muhammad, to believe in him. So what I'm trying to say also, show you, is that the Jews could not remain Jews in Yathrib. This is what I'm trying to show you. And whoever does not believe in Allah and His Messenger, then verily we have prepared for the disbelievers a blazing fire, not opposed. And if you don't help him and don't obey him, what happens to you? You don't obey his orders. You will be asked to fight a massive army. Seems like he's a warmonger. He's not fighting, he himself doesn't fight. He's the general. Those of the Bedouins who lagged behind will say to you, our possessions and our families occupied us. So ask forgiveness for us. What is this telling you? And what is Ayat 9 also telling you? Isn't it telling you that he's a warmonger? If you do not believe in Allah and His Messenger, and you do not assist and honor Him and celebrate His praises morning and evening, what will happen to you? Now, how can you ask such a thing from the Jews of Yathrib or the polytheists? Polytheists, like I said in my live streams, gone cases with them because he said about them that evil word they speak and that he may punish the munafiqun, meaning his Allah, men and women, and also the mushrikun, men and women who think evil thoughts about Allah. So definitely Allah is going to punish the munafiqun, hypocrites, men and women, and the mushrikun, men and women. But you may think, leave it to Allah. Allah is going to do it. But there are many times in the Quran where it says, what did Allah do? In Surah Hashr, it was Allah who expelled the Yathrib Jews from their homeland, cast terror into their hearts. So they broke their own houses, and the believers broke the houses of theirs. Right? Right. I'm not saying this. Read Surah Asher. And it was not you who threw, but Allah threw. It was not you who killed them, but Allah killed them, right? Slowly, slowly. So if it says here, I will punish them, Prophet Muhammad can punish them and say Allah did it. So not only in the hereafter, doesn't say in the hereafter. And He has cursed them. And even if prepared hell for them, and worse indeed is that destination, don't be deceived. What are those ayats? Huh? Is there ayat which says, let's see, Allah killed them? Allah killed them. It was not you. So please be careful. There are ayats which will, coming from this hypocrite and his Allah, false Allah, they might, it's very deceiving. This is very, very initially I said this in my live stream videos uploaded, which you may have missed. They are very deceiving ayats. This is what I thought. No, no. So I thought as a Shia that, oh, Islam is a thing of peace, a religion of peace. दीन है ये नहीं नहीं दीन वीन कुछ नहीं है ये religion of war है war. This is a religion of war. देखिए वो ayats जो मैंने देखी थी ना as a Muslim Shia, you kill them not, but Allah killed them. Surah Anfal ayat 17. And what does Surah Baqarah at 154 say? And do not say about those who are killed in the way of Allah, they are dead. They are lost indeed who kill their children foolishly without knowledge. Mhm. And forbid what Allah has given them, forging a lie against Allah. Think not of those who are slain in no, no. So yeah, there is one ayat. This is in Surah Anfal right now. I found this. So I think this is enough, right? So if you're thinking like us Shias, then no, no, we let these hypocrites and who do not attack us, do not even want to help us, or our messenger, or Imam Hussein, or any Imam, or the oppressed, they are just busy with their families and their properties. Uh, Nothing. We can't do any. We can't say any, like we can say something, but we can't punish them or anything because Allah will punish them. But here in Surah Anfal, verse 17, it says, "And you did not kill them, but it was Allah who killed them." Also, remember that association with Allah. Muslims, earliest Muslims, if you want to read in context this ayat, right? And of course, you'll have to read in context. It was not, it was Allah, and you did not. So those earliest Muslims who killed by the orders of Allah and Muhammad, it was not Allah who killed. Sorry, it was not you who killed them, but it was Allah who killed them. And you threw not when you threw, but it was Allah who threw, that He might test the believers with a good test. Indeed, Allah is hearing and knowing. This is Sunni Muslims. This is also association with Allah. You see, you're just told Allah is not a creator. I mean, Allah is a creator, and that's it. But you say that Shia's mushrik, mushrik, mushrik. What does this mean? It was not you who killed, but it was Allah who killed. Of course, you killed them, but he's saying it wasn't you. To the earliest Muslims who killed, and it was not you who threw, but it was Allah who threw. Acha, either on the throwing thing they put, oh Muhammad, but why don't they put Muslims there when you did not kill them, but it was Allah? Hello, Hansal Gretel. Hansal Gretel, thank you for being here. I'm at a very, this is my passion. I have to show you what this is. So now Pictel says, Pictel, who else says? Now you Muslims are mushrikun. You see, very easy to go and attack the Shias, maybe of some insecurity in yourselves or some things you haven't gotten right. You don't even read your Quran ayats properly. You Muslims slew them not, but Allah slew them. So if you can't see this ayat, it is Surah Anfal. Ayat is here, 17. 8th chapter of the Quran, verse ayah 17. Good brother, expose it. Brajesh, Prajapati, thank you. I'm a sister. So, yeah, seems like I'm a male, right? I don't, the way I do it, my style is like tomboyish. I don't sound like a lady. So, you see this? Thank you so much, Prajapati. God bless you and your family members. Always much. So, do you see this? That this is a religion of war, and so we might amend our ways and see it properly. That those who tell us are not wrong in saying that this is a religion of war. Excuse me, it's getting cold here. Uh, I need to. Okay, it doesn't matter. Just take it for a little while. Let's see how much I can take it. Uh, please have a look at this, right? And then we come back to where's that? Oh, I left that one. Surah Fatah. No, no, here it is. So now, and that he may punish the men and women. So I was telling my Saudi brother who came earlier on today in a live stream, the previous one, that no, no, you're wrong. Islam is a religion of war, what I meant to say to him. And what the Daesh and the ISIS did, and what the Muslims did to America, 9/11, this is Islam. It makes no difference whether the Muslims, when they punished, he says, Allah did it. You didn't do it. So, mushrikun, he said, who think evil thoughts about Allah, give a lie to Allah, in other verses, on them is a round of evil. The wrath of Allah is on them. He has cursed them and got hell ready for them. And evil is it for a destination. So another ayat also, let me, Surah Azab, verses 60 to 61. The hypocrites, now, here, the hypocrites, what did they do? They were spreading rumors, he says. So first he had to prove that whom he calls hypocrites are not hypocrites if they ask for forgiveness. Since in Surah Munafiqun we have a verse that says they will never ask for forgiveness from you, even though we say, come, ask forgiveness, because they are puffed up with pride and these hypocrites will never ask forgiveness. But here we are told in Surah Fat ayat that they did ask for forgiveness and now they are told they're a different category of hypocrites. Since they came to the messenger asking for forgiveness, that they're busy with their property and their families, or occupied, same thing, and they didn't want to help. Where was he going? He was going back to Makkah, and Abu Sufyan gave him the keys very easily. Only one or two skirmishes may have happened. He doesn't allow anyone to practice their religion. You see, now you see this from the policies, women, and he won't allow them because we're coming to, I'm taking you to Surah Tawbah, where even I thought that no, that I misunderstood the verses which say lead them to a safe place. But those who did not even break the treaty, when the sacred months are over, kill them also. When the treaty is completed, the term of the treaty is completed. Now they can only be Muslims obeying Allah and the Messenger and helping Him and honoring Him and praising Him morning and evening. Remember these ayats. Please bring them. Surah Fatah ayat 9. Obey Allah, obey the Messenger. Bring Surah Azab verse 36. Because then in Surah Azab later on we're told those who disobey Allah and the Messenger, when their faces are flipped in hell fire or in hell, they will be saying, oh, we wish we had obeyed Allah and the Messenger. Another thing is in Surah Ahzab ayat, we may be told the Confederates are after him and all this. It's quite a very tricky verse there too. Those are tricky verses because later on, okay, on this I concentrated. You do not go seizing them, assaulting them, and completely massacring them. Here we're told in this Surah Ahzab ayat. So remember this ayat. Don't forget this ayat that I'll have to come back to this ayat. But maybe if new people come, I'll have to explain myself again and again. The Quran ayats. And that he may punish the hypocrite men and hypocrite women. And this is Allah. And you say it's Allah, Zahra. No, no, no. I just showed you a verse in Surah Anfal, Ayah 14, which says, it was not you who slew them, killed them. It was Allah who killed them. It was not you who threw at them, but it was Allah who threw at them. What do you see gathering these ayats together? I've made it easy for you to see. Risking my life, just for the sake of truth, because no Jew can help me here where I am, no Christian, no one can help me, not even Kalki Avatar. What they can do is give me that thing to take the punishment, to take the execution, give me that courage, that strength. So you see here, it is deceiving if you think that the hypocrites and the polytheists will be punished by Allah on the day of this. They will, when they're led to hell, they will be led to hell. They are cursed, and Allah is angry with them. So leave it to Allah. No, no, you don't leave it to Allah. You know why? Like I showed you in Surah Anfal, and shall I show you what happened in Surah Hashr? Where's Surah Hashr? Have I missed it here? And find Surah Hashr. Can't believe I can't find Surah Hashr here. Exodus. Oh, here it is. I had missed it. So here, Shias calling out to Shias also. Hear me? Okay, I just checked. Brajesh Prajapati, if you're here still, I don't know. I cannot keep you here. I have to check my voice myself. If you're here and my voice goes, please let me know. Thank you so much. I'll really appreciate it. It is He who expelled. He who? Allah. It is Allah who expelled the ones who disbelieved among the people of the scripture from their homes at the first gathering. You did not think they would leave, and they thought that the fortresses would protect them from Allah. But the decree of Allah came upon them from where they had not expected, and and Allah cast terror into their hearts. He, i.e., Allah, and they destroyed their houses by their own hands and the hands of the believers, meaning by the hands of the believers destroyed their houses. They were made to destroy their houses. I don't know what kind of terror was struck. Maybe Rasulullah put terror in their hearts and said, Allah has done it. Because remember Surah Anfal verse, which I have to, I keep forgetting. The problem is mm, I can't afford this, because then any opening Muslim will come and say, "What are you saying? Please don't say this. Respect our Prophet." And then at that time, I can't explain. I get all worked up. And you did not kill them. You did not kill them, but it was Allah who killed them. And you threw not when you threw, but it was Allah who threw. Oh my God. I mean, there's another shock wave coming again and again and again. And today also now. How come the Sunnis say that we are mushriks, hypocrites? Huh? That we associate Ali, Muhammad, we worship Muhammad and all this. How can they not see these that you did not kill them, but it was Allah who killed them? So when you killed them, it was not you, but Allah. And you threw not when you threw, but it was Allah. So you see, the killing is done by Muslims. Muhammad was the general, not even the Amir al Mu'mineen. Amir al Mu'mineen was Imam Ali in the forefront of the battle. You Muslims slew them not, but Allah slew them, meaning killed them. Okay, remember this verse. Surah Anfal, ayat 17. How come my memory is not good and yet the ayats keep, like it comes to me in time, but I have to search for it. I don't know the number. And you Muslims who claim whatever you claim that you know this religion and you are true and this religion is of peace and not a war. And this whole ayat is on the spoils of war and how it should be distributed, and there's more. You did not kill them, but it was Allah who killed them. And Allah has now tested the believers with a good test. Please don't tell me I'm putting this ayat out of context. There's a Muslim who came here telling me that I'm using Surah Hashar ayat out of context. This is a religion of war, not a religion of peace. Because if you don't believe in Allah, and here you're told Allah killed them, not you, although you killed them, but it was Allah who killed them. And you threw at them, but you did not throw at them. It was Allah who threw at them. So it's not only that that the mushrik are those who waged a war against Prophet Muhammad or who broke the treaty and attempted assassination on Prophet Muhammad, but that the disbelievers are also criminals and they have no right to live. I think this ayat tells us, Surah Fatah, if you do not obey Allah and the Messenger, you do not help him, you do not obey him, you do not honor him. You see all those ayats gathered together, some of them, and that Allah again, may punish the hypocrite men and hypocrite women. Don't let this ayat deceive you because it says He, meaning Allah. And is Allah is saying, you polytheists, men and women, those who assume about Allah an assumption of evil nature. Upon them is a misfortune of evil nature, and Allah has become angry with them and has cursed them and prepared for them hell, and evil it is as a destination. Okay, so respect Prophet Muhammad. Politics are far, politics are gone. In Surah Tawbah, we're told, without even Bismillah, it starts. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Okay? That God is gone, Bismillah wala, the one with Bismillah, ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, the most merciful, the most beneficent. Surah Hashar ayats again. So I didn't make notes of this because I have to keep, like I couldn't. Sorry. Surah Hashar ayats again. Do you not see who expelled them from their homelands? Who cast terror into them? Could it not be the Muslims, the Messenger of Allah? Doesn't make a difference because Surah Anfal ayat, if you take Surah Anfal ayat, so he's just put it here like that, right? Allah cast, expel them from their homeland. He it is who drove out the disbelievers among the people of the scripture, i.e., the Jews of the tribe of Banu an-Nadir, from their homes at the first gathering. Don't you want to know their names? Maybe they have children, they have wives, they have mothers. You did not think they have sisters? Don't you want to know their names? Shias calling out to Shias. And when you say America kills us, our names, who cares? But when Pakistanis kill each other, going on a killing spree on a motorbike, even they don't care what's your name. Like they did Hakim Sayed. At least we know, okay, Hakim Sayed was, they just go killing. They used to do this. You did not think that they would get out. And they thought that their fortress had, first of all, fortresses, anyways, this is important, but like they're Jews. They believe in Allah, Yahweh. But Allah's torment reached them from a place whereof they expected it not, and he cast terror into their hearts, so that they destroyed their own dwellings with their own hands. And the believers are there also. And the believers are also destroying their homes. Then take admonition, O you with eyes to see. And if not that Allah had decreed for them evacuation, He would have punished them in this world, and for them in the hereafter is the punishment of the fire. He would have punished them in this world. Of course, He's punished them in this world, breaking their homes, and through the believers also who broke these people's homes, Yathrib's, Bani Nadir people. 4. That is because, and excuse me, not only Bani Nadir, this is about Bani Nadir, they say I, but I'll show you Bani Qurayza what he did. You can go over that history and all this. And then there's Bani Kunaik. So verily Allah is severe in punishment. Whatever you may have cut down of the palm trees, now we are told, oh, now it was by the permission of Allah. Doesn't say Allah did it. Permission of Allah. Whatever you have cut down, the palm trees, or left standing on their trunks. So Moses found 70 palm trees, and that's why they had palm trees. So sorry, Muslims, palm trees has nothing to do with Muhammad and Ishmael's progeny. Palm tree has to do with Isaac's progeny and who were with Hazrat Musa. You can find that 70 palm trees they found. So these dates you eat, maybe you should thank the Bani Israel for that. When they were asking Allah, Moses, tell your Allah to give us different fruits and all this. Whatever you have cut down of the palm trees or left standing on their trunks, it was by the permission of Allah. And so he would disgrace the defiantly disobedient through your hands by cutting down the palm trees. And palm trees could be a sign of Allah to the Jews of Yathrib, which he cut down. Now, could he be that? Could he be from the progeny of Ismail? And about the ransom, grand sacrifice. We ransomed him, Ibrahim, with a grand sacrifice, calling out to Muslims, Shia Muslims. Maybe Huwai's time when they beheaded how many here? So he's a warmonger. At least these few ayats, through these few ayats, I have, and no pact work treaty. Don't bring that to me anymore. I will show you Surah Tawbah ayats. Please go and read the Surah Tawbah ayats, right? Now, where am I going here? I was going somewhere very important. Yes, I was going to where the Bani Qurayza, what happened to them? Oh, did I? Here it is, Bani Qurayza. No, no, here it is. You see, you can read all that, the history. Muslims have read it. So I know the Muslims have read this. And they still defend Prophet Muhammad and they say this is a peaceful religion. So what I had to go do is do smart searching. Around 900, no, there were 600 or 700 in all. Though some put the figure as high as 800 or 900. What did he do, you know? He struck off their heads. Ibn Ishaq, this is the Muslim historian, not even Shia, their Muslim historian. Thank you, Yogender Singh. Is it Yogender Singh or Yogender Singh? Sorry if I mispronounced your name. Thank you so much. Good job. It's God's job, isn't it? It's not even my job. Uh, to have done this and survived to do this. So I'm much grateful to those who did not kill me as yet. Ibn Ishaq describes the killing of the Bani Qurayza men as follows. इस्लाम की गंदगी दुनीस के सामने दुनीस के सामने लाने के लिए thanks. Ah, thank you so much for this. You know, I don't know what to say really. I'm just, I'm much grateful to you. Haven't had such comments coming my way. इस्लाम की गंदगी दुनिया के सामने लाना. आचार्य. गंद गंदगी. अच्छा. दुनिया मीनिंग dirty world, इस्लाम की गंदगी, राइट? दुनिया के सामने लाने के लिए थैंक्स. Yoginder Singh, thank you so much. God bless you and your family members. You see, I'm doing this so that we can see, so that we, the way things we do, we think we are the best. As Shias, we thought we were the best. In Surah Baina, गंदगी दुनिया, किसी के साथ मिल नहीं सकते हैं. हम निजिस जिसको समझते थे वो निजिस नहीं है. मुसलमान मुसलमान के साथ शादी नहीं कर सकता अगर नहीं शिया और वेरी स्ट्रिक्ट हो. you know they can't get married. Islam's dirty world, दुनिया सामने लाने के लिए तय. इस्लाम की गंदगी दुनिया, गंदगी. ओ इस्लाम की dirty, Islam's dirtiness. यस, मुसलमान किसी के भाई नहीं हो सकते, सिर्फ अपने होंगे. और अपने भी जो सुन्नी मुस्लिम हैं वो सुन्नी भाई होंगे, शिया के भाई नहीं हो सकते. लेकिन हमारे आलिमों ने कहा, our religious scholar, if you follow Sayyid Sistani, he would say, take Sunnis as your brothers. लेकिन सुन्नी हमें शियाओं को at my former religion, what I'm talking about. But thank God I'm out of this religion, even as a Shia. So I said, doesn't matter. मुझे मौत बेहतर है कि मैं ऐसे जिंदा रहूं. I should remain alive like this, quiet, and know that the Islam I believed in was not true, and how I believed in it. So I'm sharing this, helping my brothers in humanity. If they could take me as a sister, the Muslims. इसमें बहुत wars हैं और married women captives. वो तो जूस करते थे, मोसेस के टाइम पे है क्या, कैप्टिव्स लेते थे वॉर के लिए. लेकिन ऐसा नहीं था कि वो तो जूस खुद एक्सेप्ट करते हैं कि हम लोग, like I read an article from the Jews side, so they say that actually it was to, whether I agree to it or not is my problem. But the thing is that वो कहते हैं कि to avoid wars, अल्लाह ने कहा था, इनके खुदा ने कहा था कि फिर ऐसा होगा कि आपकी वाइफ्स आ जाएंगी, एंड 1 month पता नहीं पीरियड है क्या है, तो इधर 3 month भी हो अगर, व्हाट इज women right in Islam. हम कहते थे कि we used to say as Shias and Muslims, I think all will agree with me, that they're given inheritance rights, but half of men, half of daughters are given half, or less than half of sons. Then their rights with their husbands are that, I don't know, maybe. What is women's right in Islam? That she obey her husband, keep the trust. अच्छी woman हो. Okay, अगर आप देखें कि इस्लाम, I don't know about Christianity or Jewish rights of women, right? But इस्लाम का ये women's right है कि आप inherit भी कर सकते हैं और ये कहते थे कि आप हज़रत खदीजा की तरह बिज़नेस वुमन भी बन सकते हैं, लेकिन हज़रत खदीजा तो चली गई। फिर बाद में जो आया वो पर्दा-वर्दा आ गया था। कुछ मुसलमान कहते हैं वी डोंट बिलीव इन पर्दा because this verse you don't know your Arabic, कुछ खमर there are all these different conflicting um, things and within Muslims also कि खमर क्या है? Should it be a headscarf worn or should it be like a hijab that these women wear? Some Sunni Muslims wear because Omar said in the hadith that you're supposed to cover yourself, only your eyes can be seen. Only from head to toe, you cover yourselves, I think. Women is half mind, hadith, Sheh Bukhari. Women is half mind. हाँ बुखारी मेरे लिए नहीं चलेगी सुन्नियों के लिए चलेगी बट हमारे लिए तो नहजुल बलागा में जो इमाम अली ने कहा है कि women are evil सही बुखारी let me go there तो आप अभी मान गए ना कि इस्लाम द रिलीजन ऑफ वॉर योगेंद्र सिंह अब women right पे भी आएंगे but I'm not I haven't prepared myself for women right but I can show you something from the Shia books too what Imam Ali has said after the Battle of Jamal. Sermon 80, Najl Balagha. If you, I'll just put it here. Sermon 80, Najl Balagha. हाँ ये है sunnah.com. No copyrights infringement intended. The Prophet said, isn't the witness uh, uh, isn't the witness of a woman equal to half of that of a man? The women said yes. He said this is because of the deficiency of a woman's mind. Narrated by Abu Sa'id al-Khudri. Yeah, this is in the Quran ayat too, right? So he's explaining why the Quran ayat which says that women are equal to two men in witnesses. So have a look at this. It what is this? Is this Sahih or Dhaif? Anyways, this there's a Quran ayat on this. I will show you. It's not only a hadith saying of Prophet Muhammad, but it is a Quran ayat. Women, but this only explains that because they are not intelligent, the mind is half of men. Women equal in witness. God, how shall I put this? In witness, women equal two men, one woman, and if there are. So let's see how this. I'll just put it like this. Sorry for my English. Surah Baqarah at 282 provides a basis for the rule that two women are the equivalent of one man in providing a witness testimony in financial status. Asa, Asa age 9, Aisha age 9, and Muhammad age 54, first 6. Ye, it's not mentioned in the Quran, and many Muslims, this already is very rampant in the. मैं ये दिखा रही हूँ कि how Muhammad finished the polities from Makkah. So sorry, I cannot go to the Aisha age 9. That's from the Sunni sources, but also the Shias say yes, because he wanted to establish a law that at the age of 9, he married this Aisha at the age of 9, consummate marriage, so that all his Muslims, and we would do our prayers. We can get married at the age of 9 to a 52-year-old man, not 54. Is it 54 or is it 52? Okay, let's get this out of the way. Muhammad, now Muhammad married Aisha. This is very rampant now, and Muslims want to hide this now, and they say, the way it was written in the Hadith, she was 19, and this, she was not 9 years old. Critics allege that Aisha was just 6 years old when she was betrothed. You want to hear the Muslim side? The Guardian has put here. The critics of Islam, KD, Namaste, hello, greetings, welcome here. योगेंद्र सिंह, ये देख रहे हैं आप, ये आयशा 6 years old सुन्ना teachings, ये इसमें बहुत वो हो जाता है. Let me show you how Muhammad killed these people, broke their homes. तो वो तो सूरह अशर में है. Sorry, I'm far beyond this 9 age. This is too disgusting the way the Muslims change it. Also, I want to, you know why? Because with the hadiths, this is sahi hai, yeah, is it weak? Is it good? Is it hasna? Is it sahi? Marriage to age Aisha 6 and Muhammad age 51. If you want this, you can go to a video. There are many videos on this. You can listen on YouTube on that. But I am on a different topic tonight. I'm really sorry, Yogender Singh. I'm on this topic, how he इधर जो ये कहते हैं ना कि non-Muslims, foreigners, critics of Islam, Christian critics of Islam, Dr. J. P. Fender, Dr. David Wood, ऐसी ऐसी आयतें देते हैं, and they forget to give the good ones, peaceful. This is a declaration. It doesn't start with Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. This is a declaration of disassociation from Allah and His Messenger to those with whom you had made a treaty among the polytheists. So travel freely, O disbelievers, yani, in brackets. So travel freely throughout the land during 4 months, but know that you cannot cause failure to Allah and that Allah will disgrace the disbelievers. KD, you're most welcome. You're most welcome. Third ayat. And it is an announcement from Allah and His Messenger to the people on the day of the greater pilgrimage that Allah is disassociated from the disbelievers, and so is His Messenger. So if you repent, that is best for you. But if you turn away, then know that you will not cause failure to Allah, and give tidings to those who disbelieve of a painful punishment. A disassociation with the disbelievers also. So we're saying they broke their pact. That's why Prophet Muhammad, Allah told him to do this. But let's see really. Expected are those with whom you made a treaty among the policies, and then they have not been deficient toward you in anything or supported anyone against you. So complete for them their treaty until their term. Indeed, Allah loves the righteous. Kitna bewakuf bana hai. Allah loves the righteous. So you missed that. You missed this part. So complete for them their treaty until their term. Because you're concentrating, maybe I'm just guessing, because I was a Shia too. I was a Muslim. So what? Look at this. Okay, so it may seem at the face of it that you're not going to kill these policies who have kept their part of the treaty with Prophet Muhammad. But you missed this part. You missed this part. Why did you miss this part? So complete for them treaty until their term, right? 5 now. And when the inviolable months have passed, then kill the polytheists wherever you find them, and capture them and beseech them and sit in wait for them at every place of ambush. Acha, wo jo Musalman were coming here saying, those Muslims to me, no, no, it's Surah Hashar. The Jews of Yathrib broke the treaty. But what escaped me also as a Muslim, a Shia, when I was, this part, that now these polytheists who haven't even broken the treaty, including those who have broken the treaty, will be killed, and they will be found and captured and besieged and sit in wait at every place of ambush. इस्लाम इंसान की इंसानियत को एंड कर देता है. For sure. What am I saying, Yoginder Singh? And I'm showing, not only saying it, I'm providing those Quran ayats, the things we have missed that tell you that even those who did not break a treaty with Prophet Muhammad, kill them. And when the inviolable months have passed, then kill the polytheists wherever you find them, capture them, and beseech them, and sit in wait for them at every place of ambush. Now, what does this say here? Aap bolenge, oh, the other verse. I'm going to the other verse. So, fulfill, Yani, when you've completed the term of the treaty with them, there's a term. There's a term. With those, it says itself here, the ayat. Except those of the mushrikeen with whom you have a treaty and who have not subsequently failed you in anything, aught, nor have supported anyone against you. So fulfill the treaty to them for the end of the term. अब पता नहीं term भी इसके अल्लाह ने दे दिया है. अब सब मुशरिकों को निकालना है काबा मक्का से. अब आप देखें वो जो अब now and what then afterwards, and when the inviolable months have passed, then kill the polytheists. Just say kill those polytheists who broke a treaty with you. It says now even kill these ones when you've completed a treaty with them. But then later on we see it says, oh, send them to a safe place And if any one of the policies seeks your protection, 6, then grant him protection. Okay, now it's about seeking protection from Prophet Muhammad and from the Islam or what, I don't know. And if any one of the policies seeks your protection, this is just on the face of it, then grant him protection so that he may hear the so that what? Yeah, you know, it's just written like this. Eh, I even missed it. It escaped me. So that what? He may hear the words of Allah, and the words of Allah what? Obey Allah and the Messenger, not just not do mischief on land and, you know, the word of Allah. What are the words of Allah? Not only the word of Allah, but the words of Allah. Some say the words of Allah, some translators. Let me see here. And if any one of the policies seek your protection, then grant him protection until he hears the words of Allah. Plural hai. Sorry, if sorry about this. I didn't warn you prior to doing this. I didn't know it was this loud. Again and again, I forget. It's plural, words of Allah, meaning you have to obey the Messenger of Allah too, and help him and honor him and sing his praises night and morning, morning and night. And if any one of the policies seek your protection, then grant him protection so that he may hear the words of Allah. Then deliver him to his place of safety. That is because they are people who do not know. To his place of safety. How can there be, ab keh raha hai, how can there be for the policies a treaty in the sight of Allah and His Messenger? Yeah, how can it be a treaty? How can there be a treaty for the policies in the sight of Allah with His Messenger and with His Messenger? Except for those with whom you made a treaty. You made a treaty at Masjid al Haram. So as long as they are upright toward you, be upright toward them. Indeed, Allah loves the righteous. Yeah, yeah. Be upright. Up, up, up they go. How can there be a treaty while if they gain dominance over you, they do not observe concerning you any pact of kinship or covenant of protection? They satisfy you with their mouths. जो बदू and जूस के बारे में कहा है, and overpowering them. Or if they so when they overpower you, they gain dominance over you. They do not observe concerning you, Muslims or Prophet Muhammad, any pact of kinship. अब इसने क्या किया है? Whoever opposes Allah and the Messenger, even if he be your father, your son, your kin, relative, do not love them. इसने भी तो यही किया ना, इसके अल्लाह ने. His Allah also did the same thing. And another thing he does, he says that like fighting in the battle, until you have striven hard in the battle, then make captives. So aren't you doing the same thing? You've overpowered on land. Oh, देखें ये कैसे गलत गलत pagans को, polities को. Wait a minute. Have I saved that? huh? It is not for a messenger. Surah Anfal ayat. What is the ayat? Wait a minute. Am I in Surah Tawbah again? It's taking time to. Why? अच्छा ये शायद मुसलमान नहीं दिखाना चाह रहे हैं ये मुस्लिम साइट है and they know I'm online now 70 okay let me show you Surah Anfal अच्छा when they gain dominance over you they do not even respect the ties what did you do when you gained a dominance over them O Prophet say to the captives in your hands if Allah finds any maybe it's no it's not 70 but let me go to 68 perhaps it's wait a minute sorry about this takes time but I'm on this and I am very eager to finish this part it is not for a decree from Allah that preceded you would have touched wait a minute when you have fought immensely on land Rasulullah ko Allah kehta hai I'll just continue if this let me show you this part oh god it's not continuing I think it's the verse before this let me see if I can hear myself हाँ अच्छा जब तुमने डोमिनेंस ओवर पावर कर लिया है it is not for a prophet to have captives of war yani until he inflicts a massacre in the land yani इधर लिखा है ayat should be there yeah it is not for a prophet that there should be for him prisoners of war until he has battled strenuously in the land. अब कह रहा है कि you desire Muslims को कह रहा है you desire the commodities of the world but Allah desires the hereafter for you and Allah is almighty all wise. जब आपने battle strenuously नहीं कर लिया in the land तब तक आप कैप्टिव्स नहीं ले सकते ऑफ कोर्स कौन कैप्टिव्स ऐसे लेगा जब उन्होंने यानी इसका मतलब ये है स्ट्रेनियसली अरे क्या वर्ड यूज किया है माय गुडनेस ही हैज बैटल स्ट्रेनियसली और ये क्यों ट्रांसलेटर्स इवन सुन्नी ट्रांसलेटर्स मुस्लिम ट्रांसलेटर्स इट इज नॉट फॉर कैसे कहते हैं until he inflicts a massacre in the land क्यों होता है सूर्य मोहम्मद की आयत में जाओ go to सूर्य मोहम्मद आयत It is not fitting for a prophet that he should have prisoners of war until he has thoroughly subdued the land. What a coward. खुद देखें ओवर पावर करे फिर कैप्टिव्स भी ले then take captives very very clever यानी अभी कैप्टिव्स नहीं लेना जो बिल्कुल इनको खत्म कर दिया है इनको ओवर पावर कर लिया है यानी डोमिनेंस आपका है you've subdued the land यानी you've conquered the whole of the land Or Muslims, you look for the temporal goods of this world. How have the Baduans changed the of Allah, word of Allah, Surah Fatah? अब ये dominance के बारे में बात कर रहा है कि until you have subdued the land, great slaughter, Muhammad Taqiyuddin al-Hilali and Muhammad Masan Khan. क्यों ऐसा और क्यों इस आयत में है यानी strenuously battled in the land. Then you take prisoners of war. Surah Anfal ayat 67. क्यों Muslim translators फिर बोलते हैं inflicts a massacre in the land? Sahih International Translation. Have prison until he hath thoroughly subdued the land. Ek Yusuf Ali ne say, okay, similar to the Quran ayat. And you know now what the Muslims have started to say? Come and say that you don't know Arabic, but they agreed on one thing. But also that, what do they say about the Arabic? That you don't understand this word properly. Haven't you? Your own translators, Sahih International, English translation Yusuf Ali, right? पता नहीं क्या क्या बोलते हैं. Or then you go to Surah Muhammad. So he's remember he's blaming is Allah is blaming, sorry, is Allah is blaming the parties in Surah Tawbah. Ab- you see here the translators have made a mistake. Number 1 ayat. Now how long will this take to I've caught justly. He's a warmonger. ये लोगों को फाइट करवाना चाहता है. आले इमरान की आयत भी है. Those who disbelieve and avert people from the way of Allah. अगर आप ट्रांसलेटर को पढ़ेंगे सही इंटरनेशनल, it means that these people don't only disbelieve but they avert people from the way of Allah. Muhammad Taqiyuddin, those who disbelieve and hinder men from the path of Allah. Those who reject Allah and hinder men from the path of Allah. Actually, when I read the word by word ayat, I don't know whether this is those who disbelieve and turn away from the way of Allah. It doesn't say from the way of Allah. He will cause to be lost their deeds. It does not say turn men away, turn other people away. What a big difference, right? But the translators are putting it in a different way. Turn other people away. Those who disbelieve and turn others away. Avert people from the way of Allah. But look at Surah Muhammad, 47th chapter of the Quran, verse 1. Go to Quran.com. See the Arabic word by word. And I've been looking at this and doing this, and Quran.com, it's the same. No one has corrected this as yet. If it was wrong, they would have corrected it. Like when Saudi Arabian came today. So they must have come to hear me. Disbelief and turn away from the way of Allah, the way of Allah. Sabil Allah, right? Turn away from the way of Allah. Wasa'adu. Okay, just put your volume down, please. Please, thank you. Don't want your ears. I'm going to click on this word and turn away. Put your volumes down. Thank you. Wasadu. Not sadhu. Sadhu to wo Hindu hota hai. So sorry about that. My Arabic is terrible. Okay? And those who believe and do righteous deeds, acha ye chhod do, ab aata hai. That is because those who disbelieve follow falsehood, and those who believe follow the truth from the Lord. These believers were just turning away from the way of Allah. They were turning away, not turning anyone else away. They were turning away from the way of Allah. Now, what are we told here in Surah Muhammad? Now, how can you believe all this Quran? So, when you meet those who disbelieve in battle, to idhar abhi brackets mein, okay, maybe they understood, like I told you, they understood Surah Anfal ayat. Strike their necks until when you have inflicted slaughter upon them, then secure their bonds, and either confer favor afterwards, or ransom them until the war lays down its burdens. That is the command. And if Allah had willed, He could have taken a vengeance upon them Himself. But now don't even wait for it, for the Aqbat. And they're not attacking. Because you remember the first ayat translation is wrong. It means those who turn away, they are the disbelievers. So either kya agar, how can we believe that they are the ones who are the aggressors and came for the battle? And so the Muslims had to fight in defense, out of defense, a defensive war. No, we cannot say this. Strike their necks until when you have inflicted slaughter upon them. Then secure their bonds. अभी हम सैयद सज्जाद पे रोते हैं और बीबियां थी ओके the women folk of Imam Hussein daughters and all this. लेकिन हम सैयद सज्जाद पे क्यों रोएं? Why should we cry Shias on Sayyid Sajjad? Oppressed to no extent. Here it says secure the bonds, meaning tightly take those remaining as captives. Bind the bond firmly on them. शायद जंजीर captives को कैसे लेते हैं? They've tied them. Take captives. Secure, और कैसे लिखा है? Let me show you the ayat. Okay, let's see here. And bind firmly. After you have subdued them, then bind firmly the bond. Then either a favor afterwards or ransom until lays down the war. Its burdens. तो हमें ऐसा लगा कि वो दूसरे तरफ के aggressors थे. The others were the aggressors, these disbelievers. But look, when here it is, the translators make a mistake. Number one, ayat 1 again. Those who disbelieve avert people from the way of Allah. Those who reject Allah and hinder men from the path of Allah. Those who disbelieve in the oneness of Allah and in the message of Prophet Muhammad and hinder men from the path of Allah. He will render their deeds vain. लेकिन आयत ऐसे नहीं है. आयत है those who disbelieve and turn away from the way of Allah. They just turn away themselves from the way of Allah, not hinder others from the way of Allah. इतनी like translations में भी mistake है. फिर इधर कह रहे हैं कि like whatever I wouldn't go to the commentary. So when you meet those who disbelieve, Okay, you're meeting those in what? इधर सिर्फ लिखा है, so when you meet those who disbelieve, you meet them. Let's say I tell a friend, I'm meeting you at this area. I'm just meeting her. So actually it's saying to the Muslims, so when you meet those who disbelieve, यानी अगर अगर आप मीट करते हैं, मीटिंग हो रही है, you go to a meeting, right? You meet them. When you meet the disbelievers, it means strike the necks until when you have subdued them. So don't get deceived when the war has laid down. It's because Surah, मैंने आपको क्या दिखाया? This prophet will take captives of war only when he has strenuously battled. He has strenuously battled. कोई इसके खिलाफ हो या नहीं हो, इसको अपना इस्लाम जताना है लैंड में. He has to put the flag of Islam on land with the sword battling. Don't tell me I've read this out of context. I've put a lot of thought and research on this. Taking the ayats, right? But if they intend to betray you, then they have already betrayed Allah before. He empowered you over them. He empowered you over them. Indeed, those who have believed and emigrated, okay, left their homes and fought with their wealth and lives in the cause of Allah, and those who gave shelter and aided, they are allies of one another. No, I'm telling, and they seek help of you for the religion, then you must help. You must help, except against the people between yourselves and whom is a treaty. ये छोड़ दें, he's fighting, he's strenuously going. Because जब मैं सूर्य हशर की आयतों में आई, I said, this is it. For sure I'm right now, what I see, and how I put the verses. On one hand, Sunnis, some say that even the Makkan ayats were very peaceful, but when he overpowered them, he started to bring out these strict ayats of killing, breaking their houses. Now those ayats are abrogated. The ones who say, if they have not expelled you from your homes, be kind to them. Don't do anything to them. Surah Mumtahana. Surah Mumtahana ayat. So please have a look at this. Those of you who are new and might be shocked at this. And also don't forget, when if you get confused, right, Muslims, Shias even, what you need to do is go back to Surah Hashar ayat. ऐसा होता है कि शैतान बड़ा कंफ्यूज कर देता है, और इसने भी कंफ्यूज कर दिया, ये इसका शैतान है. Sorry to say, but Allah shaitan hai, and he's a warmonger. He's not. He wants to establish his religion. That's what he did. We are told in Surah Tawbah in Makkah. After all, he did it, right? Oops, sorry, my earplugs have fallen. Just want to see if my voice can be heard. So he did it. What did he do? Is Allah. Now I've proven that whether it's the Muslims who kill, Allah says in Surah Anfal, it's not you, Muslims, who killed. It was Allah Himself who killed. Or threw, it was not you, Muhammad, who threw. It was Allah who threw at them. So if in Surah Hashar ayats, Allah expelled them, it means the Muslims expelled them. They broke their houses. Allah put terror in their, maybe they put terror in their hearts, the Muslims put terror in the Jews' hearts, and even they broke their own houses with their own hands. And the believers also broke their houses, the Jews' houses, with like some of the Jews left, whatever, I don't know, but they broke their houses. Jews are houses. He could migrate from Medina to if it's Yathrib. Medina was not Medina. So, and I've shown through other ayats that he could migrate and he should have migrated, because then Allah says in this Quran ayat that if when the angels are taking away the souls, right? So you if you don't migrate, they'll ask them like you were oppressed. They'll say, "What happened to you?" They'll say, "Oh, we were oppressed." They said, "Go to hell. Go to hell. Why couldn't you help yourselves? It wasn't God's earth spacious or vast? So now go to hell because you didn't help yourself when you could." So Yathrib was not Medina and was not his city of birth even. He could migrate. So any such Muslim coming and saying there was attempted assassination on Prophet Muhammad or things like that, even an attempted assassination, you're not supposed to break homes. Right? In the homes, there are daughters, wives, sisters, you don't know, a father, mother, they're living with their parents or the wife or the children. And then I've shown you how many he has killed, Jews, and beheaded. Ibn Ishaq, Bani Qurayza, and breaking of houses and cutting down of trees. Defiantly disobedient, to disgrace the defiantly disobedient. And the Muslims say, oh, yes, but for the siege, we had to cut down the palm trees. But you see, many such things are to seep through. O Prophet, say to whoever's in your hands of the captives, if Allah knows any good in your hearts, He will give you something better than what was taken from you. Oh, here are the captives. So He will give you something better than like the wives. Here I was saying about the wives. Sorry. Yeah, not that ayat. I got confused. Which ayat? I was saying I'm wrong. No, I'm right. You see, the captives' wives are taken. Surah Nisa 24. All married women are forbidden to you except those whom your right hands possess, meaning war captives. Married, you can sleep with. He will give you something better than what was there. Oh, goodness. So no, I'm on this ayat, right? So enjoy. So he tells, enjoy. So consume what you have taken of the word booty, sorry, as being lawful and good, and fear Allah. Yeah, it's halal. The word booties are halal. It is not. I don't want to get carried away. Yeah. And I don't want to confuse you further. It is not for a prophet that he should have prisoners of war. So I'll go now very slow. Look at these ayats I've given you. Until he had made a great slaughter. Huh? Translation is wrong. In the land. You, so when he overpowers, battling strenuously, even if you take he has battled strenuously. He lets his Muslims battle. He has never participated in any battle, not that I know of. So here is like the captives. Now Allah has lightened your task, for He knows that there's weakness in you. So if there are of you 100 steadfast persons, there shall be to overcome. Oh, this is not important. But here, as this ayat comes, you see that He has overpowered the land, battling strenuously. And then Allah is telling him, now you take the captives. You see my point with that Surah Tawbah ayat. When the polities gain dominance over you, they do not respect the ties or the pact, right? Surah Tawbah ayat against the polytheists. But what is he told here by his Allah? That strenuously battling inland, meaning he's gained victory, he's winning, he's subdued the land, meaning the people also. So what happens now? Now he can take war captives. So please don't go blaming the polytheist Allah in Surah Tawbah. They are polytheists, niches, barbaric, like that, right? मुख नहीं है, दिमाग नहीं है इनमें. We are told they used to bury where Khadija bint Khuwailid was a princess, rich businesswoman of her time before Islam came. She was a pagan, Quraysh princess. Not in the time of Islam. Sayyid told me she had to give away all that money to protect this messenger. And then we are told in Surah Azab that you who are the wives of the Prophet, the women of the Prophet, stay in your houses. Do not display like the display of the former ignorant people. Then why was he working for Hazrat Khadija? She was a businesswoman, meeting people, maybe going out in caravans with the caravan like Abu Sufyan. I mean, God knows it doesn't make sense, doesn't fall into perspective. So after you have inflicted a lot of, like, subdued the land, then get captives. How great are you? How merciful are you? You have the face to tell these polytheists that Allah is saying, and when you have Surah Muhammad देखें, Surah Muhammad, आयत कौन सी है, number भूल गई हूँ. But coming to this, first look at this Surah Tawbah ayat. These polytheists who gain dominance, they do not respect ties. आपने बड़ी रिस्पेक्ट की है ties. आपने तो मुसलमानों को, आपने डोमिनेंस जब किया है तो कैप्टिव्स लिए हैं. thoroughly अर्थ को, अर्थ पे, अर्थ लैंड पे, तब कैप्टिव्स लें, देन टेक द कैप्टिव्स. और इन बेचारे पॉलिटीज को कह रहे हो, यू हैव बिलीव, डू नॉट टेक योर फादर्स or your brothers as allies if they have preferred disbelief over belief. ये भी आयत देखें. And whoever does so among you, then it is those who are the wrongdoers. खुद तो, where's that ayat in Surah Tawbah? If they gain, the polities gain dominance over you, I just lost it. Sorry, I can't remember what number it is. I have to search for it. Say, O Muhammad, if your fathers, your sons, your brothers, your wives, your relatives, wealth, which you have obtained, commerce wherein you fear decline, and dwellings with which you are pleased, are more beloved to you than Allah and His Messenger and jihad in His cause, then wait until Allah executes His command. And Allah does not guide the defiantly disobedient people. अच्छा इधर भी ये देखें. Just because you're taking, if your fathers, your sons, your brothers, your relatives, commerce, if it pleases, तो इनको भी defiantly disobedient people का है. इन्होंने pact break किया, pact, covenant with Prophet Muhammad and Allah, Allah and Prophet Muhammad. Now he's used defiantly disobedient, fasiqeen, fasiqeen. Now go to Surah Hashar ayat. So sorry I couldn't take you to that polytheist ayat in Surah Tawbah. This is good enough. Now go to Surah Hashar ayat. Defiantly disobedient. We disgrace them. So good point. Good this ayat came, right? How many of you are still here listening to me? Huh? This is very, very crucial. Just because these people have taken more pleased, which you are pleased, are more beloved to you. What are they called? Are more beloved to you than Allah and His Messenger and jihad, i.e., striving in His cause. Then wait until Allah executes His command. Okay, you say, well, God knows which command Allah is going to execute. Maybe forgive us. And Allah, or put us in hell in the hereafter, afterwards. Let it be. To these people, yes, they deserve it. And Allah does not guide the defiantly disobedient people. This is important. Do you remember Surah Ashur ayat? They were the defiantly disobedient. और मुसलमान मुझे आके कहते हैं कि they broke the treaty. Attempted assassination on the Prophet Muhammad. Huh? Who are the defiantly disobedient people here now? Which covenant, which treaty have they broken? Have they attacked? Have they assassinated? But it is only they've been called defiantly disobedient here because ये 24th ayat है of Surah Tawbah. 24th ayat of Surah Tawbah. घर तोड़ना. Now Surah Ashur क्या है? I don't know how to say this really. I'm so bad at this. Say, O Muhammad, if your fathers, your sons, your brothers, your wives, your relatives, wealth which you, अरे ये तो अल्लाह के खिलाफ किया अपने दो वाइफ्स को प्लीज करने के लिए. सूरह तहरीम की आयत में ये कौन से किसको कह रहा है? किसको कह रहा है? खुद सूरह तहरीम में देखा अल्लाह ने क्या कहा? What Allah said. Also that point to remember, because here they put, if your fathers, your sons, your brothers, your wives, your wives, your wives. सूरह तहरीम की आयत में किसको प्लीज करके जा रहा था अल्लाह का लॉ तोड़ के? सूरह मैदा आयत. What was Allah's order in Surah Maida ayat 87 to the believers? Do not forbid yourselves or make unlawful what Allah has made lawful for you, and become yani and transgress, yani become transgressors. ये भी पॉइंट नोट करें ना, खुद तो प्लीजिंग कर रहा है, उधर कह रहा है कि वाइफ्स वर अनोइंग हिम, लेकिन आपने वाइफ्स को क्यों प्लीज किया? अल्लाह का ऑर्डर तोड़ के, breaking Allah's order to the believers stated in Surah Maida ayat 87. आपको नजर नहीं आ रहा है हिपोक्रेट? आपको फॉल्स प्रॉफिट अभी तक नजर नहीं आ रहा है? वॉर मॉन्गर, आपको एक जालिम अभी तक नजर नहीं आ रहा है? अनजस्ट, व्हाट इज अनजस्ट? What is the definition of being unjust, being a liar? In the Quran, from Quran ayats, if you can gather them and put them together and succinctly, who is the unjust? Who is the transgressor? Who is the zalimun? Who is the zalim? Who is a liar? Surah Saf ki ayat le lo. Allah greatly hates those who say what they do not do. Itna kafi hai. Do you need more? Is it enough? Either defiantly disobedient people kaun hai? Who are the defiantly disobedient people? Who broke a treaty? Who attempted assassination on his life? That you break their houses? Surah Tawbah ayat 24. And compare it with also Surah Tahrim ayat 1. And also compare it with Surah Hashr ayat. Which one? You broke. Allah wanted to disgrace them, 5th or 6th. So you cut off, by the permission of Allah, you cut off their trees, cut down their trees, palm trees, and they were the defiantly disobedient people. They were defiantly disobedient. Now, who are the defiantly disobedient here? Description. Please see. You want me to go to the other? Because I know you could be very, very shocked. Allah has already given you victory in many regions. And on the day of Hunain, when your great number pleased you, but it did not avail you at all, and the earth was confining for you with, i.e., in spite of its vastness, then you turned back, fleeing, confining. हाँ, तो यानी अल्लाह ये भी तो हो सकता है कि आप लोगों को लड़ाई करने की जरूरत नहीं है, किधर और चले जाते, would have gone somewhere else. Why is the earth confining to you? Surah, there's many now. Surah Taha ayat. Sorry, my back is hurting now. Surah Taha ayat. What is Surah Taha ayat? We did not bring this down for you to be distressed. हम लोग तो समझे कि मुबश्शिरा है, गुड न्यूज, वार्नर भी है, लेकिन ऐसा नहीं करेगा, ऐसा वार्न करे. अब इनको भी डिफाइनली डिसोबीडियंट, वास्टनेस, वाट, अरे आप could have avoided this war, but it wasn't the earth vast for you? The angels ask the souls as they take the souls. Hello? Can you hear me? Hello, has my voice gone? Since when did my voice disappear? Okay, now, sorry. So, let's see if this from Surah, where was I? So I've come to Surah Hashar. I don't know when my voice disappeared, sorry. I was on this, I have to charge this again. It's a very good mic, but you have to really charge it for, I think, many, many hours, 6 hours or so. Three, 3 hours, sorry, 3 hours I have to charge it. Whatever you have cut down of their palm trees or left standing on their trunks, it was by the permission of Allah, and so he would disgrace the defiantly disobedient fasiqeen. So I was searching for this ayat, I only got the tafsir then. So you haven't missed much, I hope, when my voice disappeared. And now we go back to this ayat, Surah 24. Surah Tawbah ayat 24, where is it? Surah Tawbah. So, oh God, you see this? These Jews whose trees you cut down, fasiqun or fasiqeen, sorry, fasiqeen. And then in Surah Tawbah at 24, did you see Surah Tawbah or did my voice go? I think I'll leave here now. O Prophet, if your parents and children, siblings and spouses, wives, and extended family, and the wealth you have acquired and trade for you fear will decline, and the homes you cherish, if all these are more beloved to you than Allah and His Messenger, and struggling in His way, jihad in His way, not fight, but jihad. Okay, we understand that. Then wait until Allah brings about the command, right? You may say, okay, this is for the akhbat, the akhirat. Akhirat. Very, very important, this verse. Now, in the light of this verse, you see this. Who is the defiant disobedient? The question is. The fasiqeen. Fasiq. Who are the fasiqeen? Not the ones who have broke treaties. Not the ones who have attempted an assassination. If they say, if some Muslims say to you, the Surah Hashar, you know what happened to the Jews, why they broke the houses, cut down the trees, because uh, uh, they also not only killed 2, 3 Muslims, but also attempted assassination on Prophet Muhammad. And you're reading this all out of context, and you don't know Arabic, and whatever they say to you, and treaty, they broke the treaty. Who are the defiantly disobedient people here? Qama. Huh? Say, oh Muhammad. Who are the defiantly disobedient here? Not the ones who have brought. Only those who, even if your fathers, your sons, what ties you are making to bring together in the name of Allah, Islam, humanity, you can't live with the polytheists. You have taken them out, you have killed them, you've put the wrong blame that they broke the treaty with you, didn't you? Defiantly disobedient people, if you prefer any of your relatives, your business, your dwellings, homes, which you are pleased are more beloved, if they are more beloved to you than Allah and His Messenger and jihad, striving in the way of Allah. Now, what is Islam? Then wait until Allah executes His command. Now, the development in Islam is happening, and Allah does not guide the defiantly disobedient people. Did they break a treaty? Did they assassinate Prophet Muhammad? Did they attempt to assassinate Prophet Muhammad? Even if the Jews of Banu Nadir attempted an assassination of Prophet Muhammad, did he die? They could have killed him. It was their city. They knew the ins and outs of their city. He could do hijrat. He could migrate. Now, what is the development in Islam here? You are the defiantly disobedient. Now, who are the defiantly disobedient here according to this Quran ayat? Please ask yourself, Surah Tawbah ayat 24. And then don't tell me there in Surah Hashr ayat 6 or 5. Again, I keep forgetting. Now, what is the development of defiantly disobedient? Here you see these poor people. Your Allah saying the defiantly disobedient. Surah Hashr, ayat 5, not 6. Stand corrected. Sorry. Whatever you cut down of the palm trees, or you left them standing on their roots, it was by the permission of Allah, and that He may disgrace the defiantly disobedient. If you are going to use this word against them and tell me that Zahra, these Jews were defiantly disobedient, I will take you to the development of Islam. Now, who are in this ayat? Surah Tawbah 24. Say, O Muhammad, if your fathers, your sons, your brothers, your wives, your relatives, wealth which you have obtained, commerce wherein you fear decline, and dwellings, homes, my goodness, with which you are pleased, are more beloved to you than Allah and His Messenger and jihad in His cause, then wait until Allah executes His command. And Allah does not guide the defiantly disobedient people. Fasiqeen. Same as Surah Hashr Ayat 5 for the Jews, whose trees you cut down. Now what is, how can you think Polytheus in Makkah, no, he's the one, do you think he can live with them? He says, like, now who are the defiantly disobedient people? Calm. If your fathers, your sons, say, O Muhammad, got it, and your wives. Surah Tahrim ka maine bola na, did my voice come? Oh my God, look who's talking. Surah Tehrim ayat. He's gone against God's orders, commands, and Surah Maida ayat 87 that he's supposed to give Allah's orders to the believers and he's here breaking, prohibiting himself what Allah has made lawful for him, seeking to please his wives. And there the Shia say, well, he had to please his wives because he was a great husband. And Allah is asking him, but I ask them, Allah is asking him, oh Prophet, why? And I've already shown you why. God even asked Shaitan why. When someone breaks Allah's laws to please someone else other than Allah, although they're his wives, what is he telling you here? Oh my God, he's such a hypocrite. Allah hates those, Surah Safat, who say what they do not do. So don't you think that's a wrong blame on the polytheists in Surah Tawbah? You know what? Because their lives are at stake, they're going to be killed. We're told they broke the pact, and even those who didn't break the pact, complete the term with them. Now he's put a, like, what do you call that? A date. It's now due. You know, your homework is due. He's put a due date, term ending, treaty term ending. Have you ever heard of a treaty term ending? If they haven't broken the treaty, some politics, never have they helped anyone against you or said anything to you or done anything against you. But when the term of the treaty ends, kill them wherever you find them. The next verse. So why don't you see the next verse? And why, when you blame those foreigners, critics of even the Christians that were here, that are here on YouTube, Dr. David Wood was here. How come you don't look at the other ayats and the preceding ayat and the one that sounds what sounds? How come you don't read it properly and you blame others and then you even blame the Shias and the Shias themselves are wrong? I have to correct them. Now the development in Islam, see, can anyone, I mean, Jews, can they obey? Can they take this? Can he take the Jews in Yathrib? Can he live with them? Now he's calling these people who take their fathers, their sons, their brothers, their wives, their relatives, their wealth, commerce, their dwellings, their homes, more beloved than Allah and himself and his messenger and jihad. Okay, you might say wait for Allah's execution means in the hereafter it will come. No, no, no. Look what he's put here. Please don't let this escape you. And Allah does not guide the defiantly disobedient people. It makes them defiantly disobedient. Maybe Allah has executed a command. Finally, and this verse ends with, don't you have to wait? And Allah does not guide the defiantly disobedient people. Now, what is the development in Islam through this ayat? Do you think he will allow the Jews, he will live in Medina, Yathrib, as Yathrib, keeping it as Yathrib? He made it Medina. It wasn't even his birthplace. Do you think he can live with Jews? I don't know how to say it properly now. I'm very tired. So maybe none of you are here now listening to me, and I will have to also go rest. I think this is enough, right? Defiantly disobedient. Muslims, we like. Say, O Muhammad, if your fathers, say to whom? The Muslims? Or are you telling this to the Jews of Yathrib and the polytheists? He wants everyone to worship him, obey him. Even Zainab bin Josh. Remember Zainab bin Josh? She had to obey him. She didn't want to marry Zed. At least in the Sunni Hadith, there is, right? That she thought she was a widow, Quraysh widow. She was a proud Quraysh widow. She was very proud of her widowship. Wow, amazing. O you who believe, take not as, O you who believe. So it is for the believers? Take not, okay, it is for the believers. Take not as awliyas, your fathers and your brothers, if they prefer disbelief to belief. And whoever of you does so, then he is one of the what? What? Did he put zalim here? Or what? Zalim. Now he's making these people zalim. You know what an oppressor is? Now, what if another ayah says, fight the oppressors? Fight those who oppose Allah and His Messenger. Right? Surah Ashura. Now you, O you who have believed, do not take your fathers or your brothers as allies if they have preferred disbelief over belief. It gets better and better. This is what I wanted to share with you. But I didn't have the strength to go from here, there, here, there. I just put these ayats, some of these ayats, collected them in my notes. But now, this, how many hours? 2 hours have passed. Who are they? Zalim. O believers, if you take your fathers or your brothers as allies, what? Allies? Allies. Awliya. Friends, allies. He doesn't want you, believers even, to respect the kinship for the past. Okay, they're polytheists. Don't take your father's polytheists as allies. How can they even live in Makkah with you, Muslims, and Prophet Muhammad being there? He wants you to worship him. He's made you zalim. If you believers take as friends, allies, if they prefer, you are, if they prefer these kafir, disbelievers, right? As if they are your fathers, your brothers, prefer disbelief. If they prefer disbelief over belief, what are they now? What are they? So, Sachwala Sahib has summed it up, right? He knows the Quran. He said, what did he say? And I was looking at other ayats and I was objecting to him, but I didn't say it on his face in a live stream. Okay, disbelievers are zalimun. Yani, zulm. Only, chalo, they don't believe in this. But you don't have to put them in the category of zalimun, the oppressors. How do you know that they are not oppressing you? They're not oppressing anyone. They're just disbelievers. And they're called zalimin here. Or, sorry, zalimun here. You know what zalim? We thought oppressors. And what are oppressors? They come, they fight you, they harass you. So I'm right, Salahuddin. This prophet won't, this is a, It's war against the disbelievers, zalimun, even if they don't. Because you believers will become zalim if you take your fathers and brothers as friends, allies, or protectors or guardians, and if they prefer disbelief over belief. So they are disbelievers, your fathers and your brothers. And if you take your fathers and your brothers, disbelievers, as allies, and whoever does so among you, if you do that, then it is those who are the wrongdoers. Then you believers are zalim, not even the disbelievers. But you believers who take the disbelievers, who are your fathers, your brothers, as protectors, allies, friends, guardians, what happens to you? Sorry, Fanzuno, Jesus ain't God, Netanyahu is God. Who's Nathan? Sorry, I've just can't register this. Who's Netanyahu? Oh, Israel's prime minister. Oh, no, please, what is this going on? This is not my subject. Please remove this. Fanzuno, please remove this. Remove it now. Please. This is not the topic I'm on. Otherwise, I'll have to remove you, time you out. Message deleted. Okay, sorry, Fanzuno. I had to delete your message. Stay on this topic. Islam is the topic, and warmonger is Prophet Muhammad, and he's more. What is he? He's deceived us to a great extent. What was Prophet Muhammad and his Allah? Now work it out. I've given you the ayahs. Is he not a warmonger? Is this religion not? If you जालिमून हो जाते हैं इसका मतलब है कि आप पे वॉर ये कर सकते हैं. It's like Allah killed you. आप जालिमून हो गए believers. If believers, what is the development in Islam now? And he can say that you opposed Allah and the Messenger, like he said in Surah Ashar. It could mean split away from him. He won't allow the Jews, Yathrib Jews, to split away from him. He puts it in Surah Hashar, saying that Allah has put this ayat as uh, those who oppose Allah and the Messenger, what happens to them? They opposed Allah and His Messenger. What happened to them? And they were defiantly disobedient. So, wouldn't you believers be defiantly disobedient? Say, oh Muhammad, if your fathers, your sons, your brothers, your wives, your relatives, you prefer, you love more than Allah and His Messenger and jihad in His cause, then wait until Allah executes His command. And now it seems Allah has executed, Yani, and Allah does not guide the defiantly disobedient people. Now go take yourselves there in Yathrib. What if the Muslims of Yathrib, the Muslims of Makkah with him, the earliest Muslims said, don't fight Muhammad, don't fight. Don't break their houses. What would they be? They would be disobeying Allah. They prefer those Jews to his Allah, and they prefer those Jews rather than Allah and His Messenger. If you disobey His orders, your houses will also be broken in Yathrib because you have turned out to be defiantly disobedient people. And if you can't even take, you believers can't even take your fathers as awliya, how do you expect to live with them? So slowly, slowly, what did he do? Mass finishing, destruction, ruin, finish, crush. All of you gone. As Allah says, why did you forgive those? Allah has forgiven you who did not go with you to the battlefield. Huh? Battle of Tabuk. What is, he's a psychomaniac, tyrant, terrorist, ever, I've ever. Religious. His religion is of war, worshipping him. Allah को तो कोई देख नहीं सकता. You can say Allah, Allah, Allah. Even the Jews of that time were saying Allah. Even the Christians were saying Allah according to the Quran ayats. Even the policies were saying Allah. But how he turned things around and now against you believers. Otherwise you will be zalimun. And tell me, is he going to allow you to live with them? What did he do to Zainab bin Josh and Zaid? Forced marriage. Obey Allah and His Messenger. Surah Azab ayat 36. Marriage failed. He married because he wanted to marry Zainab bin Josh. He wanted to punish her because she called herself. I've done a lot of contemplation on that. She called herself a proud, a Quraysh widow, that she has something to be proud of because her guardians were there to back her. She didn't have to marry anyone. She could live with that husband's memory as long as she liked. But he doesn't give anyone that freedom like the polytheists did to their widows. He wants to touch their married women, captives. Polytheists wouldn't even touch their widows. They could be proud and be in that memory of their beloved husband. Or if divorce, no, widow is not a, no, no, widow is a, when the husband has passed away. You see, they were not forced to marry someone else, polytheist widows. And then Zainab bin Josh became a miserable widow. Then we are told he has to marry him, her. So is this enough now? Oh, you have believed, do not take your fathers or your brothers as allies. Either zalim hoge believers if they do this. Prefer. This doesn't mean that zalim is someone who goes against, like who, how he goes against Allah and His Messenger. It's not that he's physically harassing, oppressing, hurting, coming with swords. Please see this first. So if a believer does this, becomes a disbeliever, no, no, please. myself, I have to, becomes a zalim. And if the messenger of Allah says, well, Allah has declared war against zalim, and puts it like they opposed Allah and the messenger, meaning they disobeyed. Disobeyed what? Please, can you be more specific? Here you are specifically saying those believers do not take your fathers or your brothers as allies if they have preferred disbelief over belief, or you who have believed. And whoever does so, meaning if these believers take these disbelievers, fathers or brothers, as allies, guardians, helpers, protectors, caretakers of theirs when they need them, then it is those who are the wrongdoers. Zalim. So putting A plus A equals A. What is the development now in Islam? Who is the Zalim? Wide connotation, right? Wide term. It doesn't mean they've broken a treaty, but they've disobeyed. Ah, but I don't know what this is really. I don't know how else to say it. I'm sorry. So he's, it is established, right? In other words, I cannot say it properly. I need more eloquence and more practice on this. So I'll be coming back. Maybe one day I'll be very low, even after a lot of practice, very tired. I might not be as good as this or okay like this. So can you see it? Please see it. And Salahuddin, my brother from Saudi Arabia. I hope I've answered your question and I hope you also see it. You also see this. Is this right to call them Zalim on this? Don't you have a lower word? No. You see, everything, he's not a moderate man, like, okay, I'll take you Jews and this and that. No, no, no. He can't live with anyone. He needs people to worship him and obey him. He's a dictator. He's a tyrant on that. What am I telling you? The Quran ayats are telling you because I've seen it through the Quran ayats. What maybe very few Muslims or those Muslims who saw this, like I have seen it, I cannot give it a name, how I researched, could not bring it out to you and show you this. Because of fear. Because if you oppose, even now, what will happen if you say a word against Prophet Muhammad, even if it is from the Quran ayats, and you are on justice? You are justifiable. What will happen to you? Any Muslim or in a Muslim land, what will happen to you? You could die, you could be executed, you could be harmed, you could be harassed until they take the last energy, your life away from you. You could be persecuted. Okay, so here he puts, if you do this, you are zalim. Is this right? I thought zalims were those who oppressed others. But if you are good with the disbelievers, let's say I go to India, right? Or I meet a Hindu. Now we have Hindus, we don't have Arab polytheists. None of them survived, actually, perhaps. So or maybe they did Yazid's army and all. So no, Mukhtar took revenge. I don't know how many survived, but they had to be like hypocrites. They had to hide themselves. Or they had to do taqiyya because this is a tyrant, shaitan. So you see, after looking at these ayats closely, examining them, who are the zalim? We can't. If your father is a disbeliever, polytheist, you can't make them allies, take care of them, or allow them to take care of you, or even be friends with them. Otherwise, you're a zalim. Oh my God. Do you know what this tells me? Do you see it? Now, don't tell me they broke the pact with Muhammad. Of course they did. This is the pact. The pact is that you would be a zalim if you took your disbelieving father or brother as allies. And you would be a zalim. That's it. And if you broke this pact with Muhammad, what will happen to you? Wait for Allah's command. And taking this ayat, let's suppose some Muslims took polytheists as friends. Hello, how are you, Abu Sufyan? What would he do, Prophet Muhammad, to you? And the Jews of Yathrib. They did not embrace Islam, or they saw he was a false prophet, and he went back on some promises. No, he even made Zaid, according to the pagan Arab custom, his adopted son. Then Allah tells him to change that. He's not your, just don't give him your name. Don't say Zaid bin Muhammad. Take that name away. And you can even marry his, okay, divorced wife, but it's all on wrong basis. Okay, the point here is that if Zainab bin Josh had disobeyed him, any rule of his, any command of his, Allah and his, what would happen? And not repented. But now you're not even allowed to do this. Repent kya? Bas. This is the pact. Otherwise you'll be a zalim. Do you see this? Surah Tawbah verse 23. And so please complete the sentence. What does this make you? What can the Muslims do now? What is the development in Islam in Surah Tawbah? Were not those who criticized Islam and the Quran ayats true? Say, O Muhammad, if your fathers, your sons, your brothers, your wives, your relatives, so not only zalim, but defiantly disobedient people. Now the development is, here the development is, you're a zalim if you take a kafir father or son or brother as your supporters and helpers. Awliya. And now the development is in 24th ayat, uh, you become defiantly disobedient people. Whoever the believers, if you even, if your fathers, your sons, your brothers, your wives, your relatives, wealth which you have obtained, commerce wherein you fear decline, and dwellings in which you are pleased, are more beloved to you than Allah and His Messenger and jihad in His cause, then wait until Allah executes His command. What if He says, break your homes, cut, cut down your trees, evacuate, expel you. And Allah does not guide the defiantly disobedient people. Maybe you would say, okay, here you would say that, no, no, who are the defiantly, if your fathers, you are, you Momin, no one else can you say, right? In no way can you come here to tell me that, no, no, the defiantly disobedient means, yes, what does it mean? It means that if you believers take your fathers, your sons, your brothers, your wives, your relatives, wealth which you have obtained, commerce wherein you fear decline, dwellings with which you are pleased, more beloved than Allah and His Messenger and jihad, then wait until Allah executes His command. You are not even perhaps to prefer yourselves over His Messenger, huh? Because He's closer to you than yourselves. So Zainab bin Josh, marriage case, he tells you, command has come that you marry Zaid. What Allah has decided for you and what His Messenger. What He gives you, take. What He refrains you from, refrain from. But point here is very clearly put, fasiqeen. You would become defiantly disobedient people. And what are you telling me? What are you telling me about Surah Asharites and the Jews of Yathrib? What he'll put in the Quran that, listen, these defiantly disobedient people were. Therefore, Allah wanted to disgrace these defiantly disobedient people. So He cut down the trees. Your palm trees He cut down. He can't have it any other way. He's a grand psycho. He's not a mercy sent by God, as we are told in the Quran ayat. Oh my God. Allah has already given you victory in many regions. Oh, what? Victory in many. You trust this person? He's gone with the sword and armors and spears. Obey me. Otherwise, you are the zalim. You are the defiantly disobedient. He's a maniac, psychopath. Then Allah sent down His tranquility upon His messenger and upon the believers, and sent down soldiers whom you did not see. Okay, and punished those who disbelieved. So, and that is the recompense of the disbelievers. Now, who are the disbelievers? Let's go up here. You know, it could be these moments who are told, if they did this, they're disobediently rebellious, fasiq. They are zalim, wrongdoers. Okay, so Chirag Rajput says, awesome. Really? Thank you so much. Thank you, all of you. Oh my goodness, you are here since how long? Much, much grateful to you. Much grateful to you, Chirag. Um, okay, to all of you here, and Chirag, to all of you who are here. Much, much grateful, Chirag Rajput. Really? I wish you were a Muslim, you could see this and leave Islam. Oh my God. But at least see it, right? Even if, okay, don't leave it now. I'm not pushing you or anything. Sorry about this. But like, just look at it, right? Thank you so much. Any questions? God bless you all who have been here, who have helped me. Sorry, some of the things I could not show you. Yoginder Singh. Sorry about the Aisha, all that. And thank you so much for your help. KD, thank you. Yoginder Singh, I cannot thank you all enough. Brajesh Prajapati, thank you so much. Oh God, I cannot tell you what this means to me. Chirag Rajput says I'm out of this cult. Really? You were a Muslim? Oh my goodness. So, thank God. Thank God. So you saw it, huh? I'm so happy to see that. Thank God. So, I don't know what to say. I don't have, I'm so overwhelmed. Yeah, it's really better to leave something where you see it's unjust to the people. It has been for 1400 years. We've been following the wrong religion, thinking it's the best religion, and it is a cult, right? I think you put it well. And it is, he wants war with others. He can't live with anyone. But those who obey him, saying that they have to obey Allah, he puts Allah first, but we don't know. This Allah could be shaitan. Chirag Rajput, anything else you would like to ask me, or like you're not going to come back into this ever, are you? Thanks to all ex Muslims, he's saying. Oh my goodness, I cannot tell you how much this means to me. It's my pleasure. It's a duty. I felt that I had to share and also support for the ex Muslims who perhaps don't, they want to get out of this, but they can't. And they are, you know, so many situation, conditions different. I don't know. So maybe they are in, and so I want to help them too. And you really don't have to thank me because it is my duty. So please don't thank me, at least for this. But what we can say is that we need to uh, just, what can we say? Just come on, just need, if you need support again and again, I hope someone will be here. Salam on those who follow the guidance. You are wrong. I challenge you on that. Saladin, wa alaikum assalam. I just proved you wrong. What you said about Muslim, and I've been proving you wrong. How now you've come to challenge me when I'm tired, and I've been here. Okay, challenge me on what? 3 hours. What do you want to challenge me on? Now, what do you want to challenge me on? I just proved that your messenger is a warmonger, a tyrant, a dictator, This is a religion of cult. Challenge me. Challenge me. Come on, challenge me. I'm waiting. On what do you want to challenge me? So, are you going to, first of all, again, are you going to use your reason? Huh? To see the Quran ayats on your apostasy that it is baseless. What is baseless? On what? Sorry, you're not very clear. Can you be more clear about this? Huh? About the warmonger? If you even take your sons, your brothers, who can live with him, he tells the polytheists, do you consider the providing of drinking water is Allah? Who's uh, who's controlling who's nearby here? Saladin, are you nearby me? Are you living near to me? Huh? What apostasy is baseless? You don't see it from the Quran ayats? Then the writs is on you. Saladin, are you Pakistani? Again, I'm going to ask you this. Origins, living in Saudi Arabia. So you agree to him breaking houses. Saladin, Surah Hashar ayat. You agree that Prophet Muhammad and his Allah did the right thing. No, no, leave apostasy now. Tell me Surah Hashar ayats. And it is not for the polytheists to maintain the mosques of Allah, witnessing against themselves with disbelief. Who do you think were maintaining what disbelief? Those their deeds have become worthless. They are believers in Allah, Al Manat, Al Uzza. So no, you answer me one question. Answer me. Do you do you think what Allah did to the Yathrib through the hands of the believers and through Prophet Muhammad, expelling them from their homeland, do you think Allah did the right thing? Okay? What okay? Do you think Allah did the right thing? Yes or no? Have you made providing of water for the pilgrim? No, no, here, come here. I'll show you through Surah Tawbah at 24. Do you think anyone can take him? Or he can take he can be with these, are you trying to control me here? It was justified punishment. It was breaking of homes. You know the law of retaliation in Islam? Can you tell us about the law of retaliation in Islam? Huh? Breaking of houses? Did they break your houses? I've just explained everything. You seem to be a Pakistani. Anyways, do you know the law of retaliation in Islam? Do you know your Sharia? What is the law of retaliation in Islam? Tell me about the law of retaliation. Is it a life for a life? Do you think Prophet, okay, so you say you were a Muslim. Let me just get, what is the law of retaliation in Islam? Do you think Muhammad did the right thing to Banu Qurayza on their land? Then they surrendered. According to Ibn Ishaq, then they surrendered and the apostle confined them in Medina. They were leaving with their property. This what was breaking their home for. They were what? Leaving with the, what are you saying they were leaving with their property? Sorry, I didn't get you. Look at this. Then they surrendered, and the apostle confined them in Medina in the quarter of D al Harith, a woman of B al Najjar or Najar. Then the apostle went out to the market of Medina, which is still its market today, and dug trenches in it. Then he sent for them and struck off their heads in those trenches as they were brought out to him in batches. Among them was the enemy of Allah, Huway bin Akhtab, whose daughter he marries, the captive slave girl, and Ka'b bin Asad, their chief. Their houses were broken. What they took their property with them. Their houses were broken. Some of them could have babies. I'm talking about Surat al-Hashr. Yes, that I'm talking about. Their houses were broken by the believers also and themselves. They were made to break their own houses. Yes, for that reason. For what reason? For what reason? They are zalim, or they are your prophet now the I've come to the development of Islam. You become a zalim if you take a disbeliever father, son, your own father. You become a zalim, yes, to take it with them. How do you know that was not said? He took the property. It was given to Allah and His Messenger, restored. Whatever was left over, they did not. Do you not see that Surah Hashr verse? That other verse. The remains were given to Prophet Muhammad and Allah took it. It was for Allah and His Messenger. And then it goes on to the near of kin. Yes, there's a Quran ayat on that. But now, you see, Surah Hashr ayat, open Surah Hashr. Surah Hashr, what does it say after he broke their homes, exiled them from their homeland? What does it say? What is the other ayat? You don't even know the other ayat. What are you challenging me on? You don't know anything. The remains were gone to the Allah and His Messenger. My goodness, Salahuddin. They did not take their properties with them. So you're saying it's okay to break their houses, cut down their trees, and they took their property. And what Allah restored of property to His Messenger from them, you did not spur for it. He tells the Muslims, Moment, any horses or camels, but Allah gives His Messenger power over whom He wills, and Allah is over all things competent. Now what happens? 7. And what Allah restored to His Messenger from the people of the towns, it is for Allah and for the Messenger. It is for Allah. They could not take the properties. What is left is for Allah and for the Messenger and for the near relatives. And now he talks about orphans and the needy and the stranded traveler. He's expelled them from their homelands, got their houses broken. You are wrong in this, and you will accept defeat. You challenge me, and you're wrong. I just corrected you through a Quran ayat. And if you're trying to play with Quran ayats against justice, against the truth, then I cannot have you here. I proved you wrong. They took with the, listen, they took with the, what they can, and this is what was left. No, no, no. It says all of the property was taken, confiscated, because it is for Allah and for the Messenger. Were you there? You don't even look at your Quran ayats. Do you know Arabic? Huh? Which part of Saudi Arabia are you from? Which part of Saudi Arabia are you from? Which country? Which city, sorry. Which city are you from? Don't put words in this Quran ayat. Don't lie. Their houses were broken and they were allowed to take some of their property. What kind of a question? How are you going to challenge me? What kind of a person are you, Pakistani Muslim? Liar. Look at the Quran ayats, brother. If your mother was there, a Jew, I made clear this ayah. I'm going to made it clear. You made everything very clear. I'm going to time you out. What you made clear? Huh? What you made clear? And what Allah gave as booty Fi to his messenger from them, from them. What is Fi? You know what Fi is? Are you Arab? What is Fi? This ayah is talking about what was left. And where was it? Was it taken by the, you said it was taken by them, the Jews of Yathrib. They took their property. I'm going to just scroll up, scroll up. Look at what you've said. What did you say here? They were kicked out and took their property with them. Saladin says they were kicked out and took their property with them. I am talking about Surat al Hashar. Yes, for that reason, it is justified. It was justified punishment. They were leaving with their property. The Jews were leaving with their property. This what was breaking their home for. They were leaving with their property. This is why the Muslim broke their homes for them. They were kicked out and took their property with them. I've just done a screenshot of this and you challenged me, right? On your apostasy, what is baseless? Salahuddin, I'm not here for playing games, cunning people. I'm here for truthful people, honest people. They took what they could. Really? वही आई थी तुम्हारे ऊपर? हाँ? अल्लाह की वही आई थी? This is not what the Quran ayat is saying. Surah Hashar ayat 6. It's not saying this. This is nowhere in the Quran ayat. You have nothing against Islam, just admit it. Lan Allah alaik. On liars. You are a Pakistani, aren't you? You like to play with lives, don't you? In the name of religion and Allah, like your prophet. You like to lie like anything. You like to kill your killers. You're terrorists, aren't you? That's what you are. Report you. Harassment and bullying, misinformation. I've just reported you that, what you typed here. You are not scared of lies that you tell. Why you're stereotyping Pakistani like this? They are good people. Really? Some of them are not. Now am I, you are a cunning snake. You are those type. What I mean is you are those. There are Shias who are Pakistanis. Why not a collab with Indian ex-Muslims? Hello, thank you. Why not a collab with Indian ex-Muslims? Why don't you go to an Indian ex-Muslim? No, no, no. He could be a terrorist. Please, uh, let it be. Let him. He likes to come to weak people, women. He likes women like his Prophet Muhammad. I think he likes beautiful women. Ajab of, right? When I say, are you a Pakistani, in short, in brevity, what I mean? I'm not stereotyping. I know there are Shias Pakistanis, there are Hindu Pakistanis, and there are Christian Pakistanis. So, what do you prefer? Do you prefer Prophet Muhammad and Islam? Because if you don't, against your life too, today, right? Otherwise, you are a zalim if you, or a defiantly rebellious person. Sorry, I cannot give you my email here. Why is your prophet making believers, disbelievers, defiantly disobedient, zalim, development in Islam? O you who have believed, do not take your fathers or your brothers as allies. How can we connect with you from enemy? Here, live stream. Please, why are you asking for my email? Are you after women or something? What is important here, I'm giving. I'm not going to give my personal email to you. Next time you're not coming here. Don't call me Yar here. Remove. Please respect the lady here. I'm not your Yar. Go and call your mother Yar. Maybe she enjoys it. Who are the Zalim? O you who have believed, do not take your fathers or your brothers as allies if they have preferred disbelief over belief. And whoever does so among you, then it is those who are the wrongdoers. And give respect also, Yar is famous. Oh, just don't bring India in this now. Yar is famous in Pakistan too. Zalim. Whoever takes friends as your fathers and your brothers. I think you're a very dodgy person and you're giving a bad name to India. You must be a Pakistani Muslim or an Indian Muslim. Put timer on. All these faltu people I don't need. Who are Zalims? What a wide connotation now. The development in Islam. He's a killer, Prophet Muhammad, Surah Tawbah, and his Allah. Whoever his Allah is. What a wide connotation of Zalim. Even if you take your father as friends, One Shot, ex-Muslim movement Zindabad. Thank you, One Shot. Rock, hello, hello, Rock. Now this Saladin has come back. He's very clever and cunning. So, are you going to fight for your prophet, the defiantly disobedient people? Salahuddin, Saladin, sorry, not Salahuddin, Saladin. Where do you work? Are you nearby? I just had a salesperson whose name was. He was from Pakistan actually. Sayo Muhammad. Yes, my mother was from Pakistan. I'm now an ex Pakistani. One Shot, my mother, my great mother who passed away, was a Pakistani. Say, O Muhammad, if your fathers, your sons, your brothers, your wives, your relatives, wealth which you have obtained, commerce wherein you fear decline, and dwellings with which you are pleased, are more beloved to you than Allah and His Messenger and jihad in the cause of Allah, in His cause, then wait until Allah executes His command, and Allah does not guide the defiantly disobedient people. She passed away 10 years ago. Thank you. Rest in peace to your mom. Thank you so much, One Shot. Okay, now here, development in Islam. So what will you do, Saladin? You will come and kill me. Even these Mormon believers, if they take their fathers, their sons, their brothers, their wives, their relatives, their wealth, their commerce, their dwellings, more beloved than Allah and His Messenger, and striving in its cause, jihad, then they are the defiantly disobedient people. Fasiqeen. What does your religion tell you to do now? What is the development from this Quran ayat? One Shot says you are streaming from your mobile. Please be careful about your privacy when going back and forth. Okay, thank you for this. Although, you know what? I've put my life at stake. I feel like dying. Thank you for your concern and care. Rajendra Rathore, how do you know me? One Shot, thank you so much. But, I just have to put my fears aside. For my case, also, I'm very transparent. My name is real. I just have to be courageous. I've risked my life, my privacy, everything. God bless you and keep your family safe and protected. I'm now an old woman, Rajendra Rathore, sick and tired of life. Use laptops instead. I tried to use a laptop, but it needs a decoder and encoder, and I'm not that rich to buy a good one through Microsoft. No, this is a tab. This is not a mobile. I see, I know. One shot, that is so great of you for your care and your concern. We don't have Muslims caring like this. Some of them are, you can't even say anything. Use laptop instead, can't use it. Look at this, look at this. Fasiqeen, the defiantly disobedient. Change your DP and join any ex-Muslim stream just to know your story. Rock, one shot. Rock, please be careful about your privacy. Rock, thank you very much for your concern and care. Thank you so much. I have been transparent here so that you may know who I am. At Rajendra Rathore, what's happening here? One shot. Uh, as long as some Muslims, my Shias also, I'm calling out to, can see this, at least see this and put this in its place. This is a dangerous religion. Find out. This is an ISIS religion. This is a Daesh religion. This is not the religion we Shias thought it was, believed it to be. The oppressed are not Imam Hussein. So I shared. My favorite Shia Muslim is Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. Really, one shot? I haven't heard of Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. Oh, and one of them is very famous now, Imam Tawhidi. Sorry, I haven't heard of Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. Does he have a channel on YouTube? Rock. Try to make stream with ex-Muslims, Sachwala. Mine are very different. Sorry, I cannot join Sachwala or ex-Ali. No, I cannot trust anyone. This is even more dangerous to trust such ex-Muslims on YouTube. Sorry, I cannot trust them. No, I cannot give in length like this. I will have to give. So this development, sorry, I can't, my case is different. So it goes on, the white term, for now, the rebellious, disobedient to Allah. Okay, you can understand. Thank you very much for your understanding. Say if it be your fathers, your sons. Look at this, Fasikun. Thank you so much for being here and for being of help. One shot. God bless you, your family members much, Rock. God bless you and your family members much. Those who are here sincerely caring and true people, honest, who just want to see the truth and admit it. I'm much grateful to you all to be here. You are doing right. Thank you very much, Rock, again. God bless you and your family members. I'm just doing this for justice and also, sharing what I find, as it is very distressing for me too. But I'm risking my life. My everything has been risked. I have a case. I cannot be private. I have another personal case ongoing for many years. He was he was ISRO scientist and India's president. Did so many extraordinary things for India. Please search about him in YouTube. You will be inspired. One shot. Thank you very much. I don't need to be inspired by a Shia right now. That would be, that is, I know there are many humanitarian Shias who are harmless, but I have to call out to my Shias and show this. I'm more concerned about seeing this. Because you see, when I thought about the ulamas also, I said, how would I know how they are in private life? I have not lived with them. Then we have mutta also in this religion. And then I asked my father about problems, because if the husband who is not justified to tell his wife not to meet her father or any of her relatives, then in our Shia Islam, she's not allowed to meet any of her relatives or any one of her relatives if her husband says not to meet that relative. And also, what Imam Ali has said in Najul Balagh also, this in his sermon. I how they are in the private life, but this religion is a religion of war, and anyone who says that Imam Hussein was oppressed is doing a great injustice. But we don't kill or anything, we just try to show that you are doing the wrong thing. His religion was Shia, but an Indian search for Abdul Kalam autobiography by Gulzar Sahab on YouTube. Okay, sorry, one shot, I'm not interested in this, right? After the Battle of Jamal, concerning women and their shortcomings. You know, women's rights are curbed in this religion. If this is your real DP, please change your DP. What DP? What's DP? Sorry, I don't get the DP. And the oh, people, women are deficient in faith, deficient in shares, and deficient in intelligence. As regards the deficiency in their faith, it is their abstention from prayers and fasting during the menstrual period. As regards deficiency, as regards deficiency, where is it? Of the shares, no, wait here. As regards deficiency in their intelligence, it is because the evidence, actually, I don't like staying with Shias either. So sorry. Profile picture of your YouTube. Oh, okay. Does it look like me? I don't know. Is it my picture? I don't know. Huh. So, uh, oh people, women are deficient in faith, deficient in shares, and deficient in intelligence. As regards the deficiency in the faith, it is the abstention from prayers and fasting during the menstrual period. As regards deficiency in the intelligence, it is because the evidence of two women is equal to that of one man. As for the deficiency of their shares, that is because of their share in inheritance being half of men. So beware of the evils of women. Be on your guard, even from those of them who are reportedly good. Do not obey them, even in good things, so that they may not attract you to evils. Ali Abu Talib. Amirul Mu'minin delivered this sermon after the devastation created by the Battle of Jamal. Since the devastation resulting from this battle was the outcome of blindly following woman's command, Yani Ummul Mu'minin Aisha. In this sermon, he has described women's physical defects and their causes and effects. Thus, their first weakness is that for a few days in every month, they have to abstain from prayer and fasting. So that's why what the Shias don't see is that this prophet even broke God's law given to the believers in Surah Maida, stated in Surah Maida at 87. What the Shias don't see is Surah Tahrim. Why don't they see this? I'm 50 plus years old, 50 plus. Why does my age interest you, one shot? Are you a Shia, by the way? Or are you a Sunni? Why do you? God is asking the Prophet. The Shia say that he did nothing wrong in this. Even the Shias, all Muslims, Islam, Islam, Islam. I'm not opposing Shia or Sunni, let's put it in a different way. I'm opposing Shia Islam and Sunni Islam and Islam altogether. Rock. Okay, thank you. One shot, why are you interested in my age? You said don't give your private information. Now you'll ask me how I look, how old I am, is this my real picture? What are you trying to get at? Rock says, I am with you, always support you. Thank you very much, Rock. Now look at this, Surah Tahrim Ayat 1. Shias find nothing wrong in this, that he has prohibited himself, and Allah is asking him why. What Allah has made lawful for you, seeking the approval of your wives. Seeking the approval of your wives, Shia find nothing wrong in this. Surah Maida ayat 87 says, O believers, do not prohibit yourselves what Allah has made lawful for you, the good things. Good things. Shias go on explaining the Shia commentary that it wasn't something good. It wasn't something obligate. No, it was something good thing, but it wasn't an obligatory thing. Whereas in Surah Maida ayat 87, it doesn't say what Allah has made obligatory for you. It says what Allah, the good things that Allah has made lawful for you. Thank you, one shot. Your past must be bad as Muslim because of this cult. Hope you get better life forward after getting it out of Islam. No, actually, I would have gone to extremes if I could for this religion. Bad as Muslim? No, no, no. It doesn't matter. You see, the realities of life are that calamities may come on you. We had Sunni as enemies. My mother could have gone to a majlis and been bombed. We were not scared. And the one who gets scared of pain and sufferance, I don't, this is the reality of life. Today we may die. I may die. I'm looking at the Quran ayats, not what bad as a Muslim my life was, how bad my life was as a Muslim. No, no, not for that. My life could have been terrible, but I could have said, for the sake of thy Lord, I could have used that verse from the Quran. For the sake of thy Lord, do thou bear patiently. For the sake of thy Lord, do thou bear patiently. Imam Hussein did. Bibi Sakina did. His 3-year-old. I was listening to my Nohas, very into it. And if God had not helped me, he must be testing me. That's what my Shia people were saying, right? He tests us all. Message retracted. Look at this. Seeking approval of your wives. So I've even explained this. No, I was looking in my religion, in my crisis. Sorry to ask you, victim of Mutta. What victim of Mutta? No, no, I don't really care about that. I thought God had done something great about, but that is, you're right. No, my mother was a victim of Mutta. I was not, because I'm not married. My mother was a victim of Mutta. But we say sabr karo because Rasulullah did it. And Shias cannot see this either. It is amazing that they say they have great minds and, you know, can you see according to this ayat is allowed if it is not compelled prostitution. No matter what ayats you give me, be chaste and all this, and if Shias can't even see this. There is no original Quran book written by Prophet Muhammad alive, and if there are no original copy of Quran, then how they got this Quran book? Because there were scribes. Prophet Muhammad never wrote the Quran. God knows, we don't have the original Quran. I don't know where the original manuscript of the Quran book went. Rock, have you ever read about original manuscript? But look at this. We don't have it. Original. And if there are no original copy of Quran, then how they got this Quran book? They got it from the Abbasides and all, I think. When Shaitan could go on until there is life here, then you think that Shaitan's book cannot go on, right? If Shaitan, God has given respite to Shaitan, God gave respite to Pharaoh, and they say every day is Ashura, every land is Karbala. Hmm? This means that even Yazid is going on. And you know, Shaitan has knowledge, spiritual knowledge, and they can even see you from where there's a Quran ayat that Shaitan and his people can see you from where we cannot see them. No, never. A rock says no, never. And you can see there are many different versions of Qurans as well. So I'm sure it's fake book. I think it's a true book. It's from Prophet Muhammad, whose real name was something. He put lies here. He copy pasted because you see, Saudi Arabia and Medina is his. Then how his grave is there, and the mosque he built is there, and we even have. So this will not convince the Muslims. They have graves of imams. Shias have, right? Why Shia Muslim beat their or strike their own back with small? Because it is allowed for them. Because Badda, Bibi Zainab, they follow. She struck her head on the carriage. Imam Sajjad was with her. Now, now I don't want to answer this question. Sorry. I just want to look at this, right? Prostitution is allowed in Islam according to this part of the ayat. Surah Nur, ayat 33. Why can't the Shia see this? Can you see this one shot? And do not compel your slave girls to prostitution if they desire chastity, right? To seek thereby the temporary interest. But look, if these slave girls do not desire chastity, then you can prostitute them. Thank you for the thumbs up, one shot. Now, wherever you put be chaste and, abstain from sexual relationships, but here for these slave girls, who are they? Look at this. This is not like rape. You see, if the consent is there, then it can't be rape. So God doesn't even know how to put it properly here. He could have simply said prostitution is not allowed for the slave girls, right? And these Shias, even they uh, defend this tyrant, this Allah, Shaitan. Look at this. Do not compel your compel means force. Most Muslim women denied this and followed this cult blindly. Why are you targeting Muslim women here? One shot. Most Muslim women denied this and followed this cult blindly. But most Muslim men also denied this and followed this cult blindly. Is it because of slave girls' prostitution? And do not compel your slave girls to prostitution, meaning do not force your slave girls to prostitution. If they desire to, but if they don't desire chastity, there would still be, you can prostitute them, then you are allowed. There's, of course, a command of Allah, if we take it as a Shia, do not, meaning this is a command. Do not compel, force your slave girls into prostitution, right? If they desire chastity, to seek thereby the temporary interests of worldly life. And if someone should compel them, meaning force them into prostitution, then indeed Allah is, after their compulsion, forgiving and merciful. Forgiving and merciful to whom? Rahim Ghafur. And you know, there's a ayat which says Allah repented to the Prophet, the Muhajirin, and the Ansar. Allah repents. And they've put Allah has forgiven, or Allah has blessed more or given more mercy. Oh, you're not targeting Muslim women. It's because Muslim women can see this, that those poor slave girls, because they are full-fledged Muslim women, they are free, full-fledged Muslim women, so they don't want to see this. Of course, there's a lot of brainwashing. Sorry, I got you wrong one shot. I apologize greatly for that. What I said earlier. And even the Muslim women don't see this. The mothers don't see it because they are not slave girls. How can they see this? Allah forgave him. Where's that ayat? I keep forgetting. I recently found a mistake in the Quran also. Allah forgave the messenger. You know, it says Taba. And if we go to Surah Taha verse, one of the verses, I've forgotten what number. Taba means Allah is Ghafur, but Taba means He forgives those who repent. Repent means Taba. From Surah Taha, I took that verse. So Allah forgave the messenger and Muhajirin. Allah has already forgiven the Prophet. So the word here, right? This is, yeah, Surah Tawbah at 117. Sorry if you cannot see here. Yes, I can speak in Urdu. One shot. Allah has already forgiven. You know, there's a mistake in the Quran. And the Shias have even changed this word to mean, when it comes to forgiving Prophet Muhammad, Allah means, because the Prophet is innocent. So Allah means something different here. I read in the multilingual Quran, Shia commentary, right? Now, Allah is actually the word is repent, taba, not ghafoor or ghaffar. And I checked this word. This is why Allah's Messenger forged ties of brotherhood between the Muhajirin and Ansar. Ibn Abbas, they used to inherit from each other. What is that? Supporters of each other. Here, Allah mentions the types of believers. Okay, Allah has forgiven the Prophet, the Muhajirin, and the Ansar who followed him in the time of distress. 9 Surah Tawbah 117. And there is also a share in this booty for the poor Muhajirin who were expelled from their homes and their property, seeking bounties from Allah and His good pleasure and helping Allah and His Messenger. Oh, my goodness. So, someone other than the Jews expelled them, took their property, confiscated, but they broke the houses of the Jews in Surah Ashar. And it is okay, it is justifiable. What is that? Which was it? I've forgotten. Surah Tawbah at 117. I'm not getting Quran.com to show you what a mistake in the Quran. It only gives me tafsir, Quran.com. Maybe Quran.com is also Surah Tawbah, Ayat 117. Now I'm very tired, I think. Oh my God. Do you speak Urdu, one shot? Allah has already forgiven the Prophet. So here is the word. Verily Allah turned in mercy. Please mind your, put your volumes down because I'm going to, it's louder when I press on this. So please take care of your ears while I press on this, the word from Quran.com. Taba. Taba. You see this? Verily Allah turned in mercy and turned in mercy to the Prophet. The Prophet himself, we are told, is the mercy on earth sent to the worlds. Here, Surah Tawbah, Ayat 117, Allah has turned in mercy or forgiven the Prophet. And he turned in mercy to them, again, Tawbah. And here the translators put, He has already forgiven the Prophet and the Muhajirin. and the Ansar, the Islamic translators, Muslim translators of the Quran, Sahih International, Yusuf Ali, Allah turned with favor to the Prophet. And in another Quran ayat, this Taba word, Surah Taha, means repent. Where's that word Taba? Can't find it. What verse was it? I have to just check. Sorry, I just have to check here. Taba means repent, and here it means something else. So, shouldn't Allah be careful about the words He uses? Surah Taha, verse 82. Allah keeps changing the meanings of the words, so it becomes difficult. Surah Taha, verse 82. Okay, mind your, please lower your volume, phone's volume or computer volume. I'm going to click on this word, same word, Taba. Taba. Here it means repents. Now, with this kind of word changing, how would we know what it would mean? It would become really hard. Like those in Surah Hashar who opposed Allah and the Messenger, like now it became hard, but I showed earlier on in the stream, my work was made hard, but I showed from Surah Tawbah verses also that who are the defiantly disobedient, who would be the defiantly disobedient, who will be the zalim. Wide connotation now. If you even take the disbelievers who are your fathers, sons, brothers, as allies, you would be a zalim, right? You see here now, and in Surah Tawbah, and if you take more important, like, you love yourself, your family members, your father, your dwellings, your business, you would be more than Allah and His Messenger and jihad, striving in the way of Allah, you would become defiantly disobedient. Surah Tawbah. Wide connotation now for defiantly disobedient people in Surah Tawbah. So, how can we be assured that what he says about fact breaking and all this, or opposing him, in what way were they opposing him? Where now here we're told whoever takes this and that, a believer, if he takes a disbeliever father or his, he will be a zalim. and I found a mistake in the Quran. So this repents. Here, taba means repents. And Allah cannot, and here, when Allah is forgiving, you see, Surah Taha, verse 82. Okay, let me read it. But indeed, I am the perpetual forgiver of whoever repents and believes and does righteousness and then continues in guidance. So, I am the perpetual forgiver means, here the word would be ghafaro, ghafar, right? Of whoever repents, taba. So if the screen is not clean focused, your screen, please open the Quran ayat in Quran.com, Surah 20, verse 82. Taba means repent here. And here in Surah Tawbah, verse 117, it says, here it has a different meaning. Allah turned in mercy. Allah should not be doing this. How do we know that it's unjust? And then he's blamed the Bedouin Jews of changing Allah's words. He, he can't change the meaning of the words like this, where in one ayat it means something else, in another ayat it means something else. When it's blaming another person, the Bedouins in Surah Fat, for changing Allah's words. And that also I found was wrong. Blame on them. Wrong blame put on them. So you see this taba, verily taba. And they put here, Allah turned in mercy. Allah turned in mercy to the Prophet and the emigrants and the helpers, those who followed him in the hour. Okay? And he turned in mercy to them. Again, taba. And the translators don't even put this that he turned in mercy. They put Allah has already forgiven the Prophet and the Muhajirin and the Ansar. So those who don't even know the Quran in Arabic would get kind of, would not know the true meaning and would never know that Quran, Allah changes words, and then if we are to say he made a mistake, they'll just say, oh well, Allah just changed the meaning of the word here. And when he puts it for Prophet, the Shias go on saying that he just, something else it means. It means that he's just put his favors, like English, Yusuf Ali. Allah turned with favor. Yeah, like them, yeah, like this. And who's this one? Allah has forgiven the Prophet. Muhammad Taqiyuddin al Hilali, I thought he was the Shia translator. And Muhammad Mahsan Khan. Allah has forgiven the Prophet, the Muhajirin, and the Ansar who followed him in the time of distress, Tabuk expedition, after the hearts of a party of them had nearly deviated, but he accepted their repentance. So if he keeps changing these words like this, and then they say, no, he didn't make a mistake, but they blame others for making a mistake in reading the Quran or not knowing Arabic and in things, blaming heavily those people, and they could be even killed or punished or fined or whichever Muslim country you are and whatever laws they have on that. And if we publish this and say it, that he has done this, we could be killed or harmed or fined. We are saying things against the Quran. So this also. So Muslims have made it also difficult for us. I mean, who is this who changes the meanings of words? Sahih Muslim 1456a. There are also mentioned. Really? What is mentioned? A rock? Rock, it seems like you are a Sahih Muslim. What is mentioned there? There is also mentioned 145 6a. Oh my God, what is this? I think a man should, chapter, it is permissible to have sex with a female captive after it is established that she is not pregnant. And if she has a husband, then a marriage is annulled when she is captured. This is about slave girls. Abu Sa'id al Khudri, Allah is pleased with him, reported that at the Battle of Hunain, Allah's Messenger, peace be upon him, sent an army to Atos and encountered the enemy and fought with them. Having overcome them and taken them captives, the companions of Allah's Messenger seemed to refrain from having intercourse with captive women because of their husbands being polytheists. Then Allah Most High sent down regarding that. And women already married. No, this is about Surah Nisa 24. Women, because of their husbands being polytheists, and women already married except those whom your right hands possess, i.e., they were lawful for them when the Ida period came to an end. Okay, when the Ida, this is Sahih Muslim. So, what is about this? So, you don't want to see the ayats that I want to show you, Rock? Huh? The mistakes here, you don't want to see that. Yes? You don't want to see the ayats I'm showing you. And showing you that Prophet Muhammad is a tyrant killer, mass murderer. You want to see that as well. Sorry, if you want to see a lot of hadiths, you have really terrible, terrible, ridiculous hadiths. You know what he did? He made Abu Bakr Umar slap Aisha Hafsa. You want, and you want to see that hadith where he slept in the house of Hafsa. See, if you want to see hadiths, you can Google search them, right? I mean, a prophet, he says uh, to about Allah, his Allah is saying that if you wives commit open lewdness, you know what he will do? Double punishment for them. But he sleeps in the house of Hafsa on a bed with, or I don't know where, with the Maria the Coptic. And when Hafsa finds out, she's shocked that he's used her house. The Egyptian king, I think he got Besar of him. I have a question regarding hijab. Oh, does the hijab help society? Stand your ground. Stand your ground says I have a question regarding hijab. How does the hijab help society? No, no. See, can you not find? I don't know. I think the in the Quran ayat there's an ayat that says, but the uh, the dress the dress of piety is the best, better than hijab. Children of Adam, we have given you clothing to cover your private parts and for beauty. But, but, there's a but here, which the Muslims also, they don't want to see this. They are just stuck on the hijab is very good, this, that. But the robe of piety is the best. Very good point here. How does hijab help society? When you see, forget that. You can go into debates and all this, right? Stand your ground. But here, God is saying, you know what God is saying here? I mean, God is telling the children of Adam, we have given you clothing to cover your private parts and for beauty, even beauty. But this means that you can drop all this. If you have piety in you, you can go out naked. Do you see how brainwashed these Muslims have been? You know what this means, this ayat? But they won't let us go out naked. They won't let anyone go out naked. Because the right guide Imam is missing. He's not even from the Shias, and no one has been able to tell us what this means. They've brought the hijab compulsory in Iran. I think it is the mind. If you are in hijab, let's say there are these. I was told there are these prostitutes who go, in Karachi defense side and all this. They don't have to show their faces. They just cover themselves with hijab. They cover their faces, right? You can hide under the hijab, and you can be a prostitute. Look at this verse. I cannot say, I'm not going in that debate if it helps or not. I'm just looking at the ayat, Quran ayat. I'm not giving my opinion right now. Sorry, I'm not going into that debate. Stand your ground. I think a woman can show what she likes, where she likes. It's her choice, her life. It's her body. And she should not be ashamed of her body. She should not be ashamed of her body. To restrict it and cover it. If you want my opinion, now I think that. It is her body, her choice. And here the Quran ayat is far better, it says. Let's see. No, this is, it won't, I mean, it will give me, but it won't explain the Arabic words. So, Surah Araf, verse 26. Surah Araf, verse 26. I'm going to Quran.com. Far better. Surah Araf, 26. Don't confine yourselves to hijab. Feel comfortable with your body. You have nothing to feel guilty about or feel ashamed because men will harass you or you will be molested. Here, Surah Araf, verse 26. O children of Adam, verily we have sent down to you clothing. It covers your shame. You know who gave shame to Adam? The fruit or Shaitan? Shaitan deceived, and when he had the fruit, he had shame. Before that, he had no feeling of shame. They were walking naked, Eve and Adam. Kaka wrote 100 at Stand Your Ground. She is talking nonsense. Check the link. What is this, Kaka wrote 100? You're out of here. Check Surah, look at Surah 7, Ayah 26. O children of Adam, verily we have sent down to you clothing. It covers your shame, and as an adornment, but, and as an adornment, but the clothing of the righteousness that is best. What does it mean? The clothing of the righteousness is the best. Taqwa is the best. Is the best. That is from the signs of Allah so that you may remember. What does it mean here? But the clothing of the righteousness, that is best. I'm not talking nonsense. Look at what the Quran ayat is saying. It means your clothes don't have righteousness or the way the righteous, I mean, it's already said, O children of Adam, we have sent down to you clothing, it covers your shame. Now, how are the, if you say the people of righteousness, their clothing is the best? No, you don't even know how to read an ayat. Because it already says here, O children of Adam, we have sent down to you clothing. It covers your shame and as an adornment, but the clothing of the righteousness. Okay, now they've put off and the in bracket and off in this thing. Okay. I'm not talking nonsense. Look at this. But the clothing of righteousness, that is best. It should be the righteousness. Okay, even if it is the righteousness, then it means if you're righteous, you can even go out naked, right? It already says covering your shame, your adornment, but the rock, who is saying you are talking nonsense? Kaka wrote 100, I've just timed them out. Kaka wrote 100 was saying that. Anyways, doesn't matter what they say, but we are on our mission to show justice and do justice. Thank you for your concern and care, Rock. I really appreciate you being here. You look like my you are here, my guard, bodyguard, my yes, you ignore such persons. Yes, thank you, Rock. God bless you. Okay, it is for covering of shame and of adornment, but the clothing of the righteous is the best. Now, how would the righteous dress? Right? If you are righteous, so shouldn't this ayat be, but the clothing of righteousness, that is best. If you are clothed in righteousness, then like Jains, you can be naked. You know, like these Jains in India. Some of these Quran ayats, okay, not, okay, like this one. If I'm talking nonsense, why are your Quran ayat translators mistranslating things and lying? Surah, wait a minute, Surah Tawbah, ayat 33. Isa ibn Maryam, where is it? Masih, he it is who sent his messenger true religion that it may prevail. See, he wants to prevail. Oh God, I made a mistake, and he prevail over all religions. He won't have any other way. Howsoever those who associate others with Allah in His divinity might detest it. Which ayat is that of your monks? You can take Masih ibn Maryam, your monks, and your rabbis and your monks, actually, it should be double B as lords. Where's that at? It's 31. This ayat actually says that you can Maryam as your Lord with Allah. They have taken the rabbis and the monks as lords, besides Allah. And the Messiah, son of Maryam, You see what is wrong in this ayat? Can you tell what is wrong in this ayat? Stand your ground. Kakaro told me to watch a YouTube clip by the name 10 Hours of Walking in New York City as a woman in hijab. Interesting stuff. Surah 9, verse 31. They have taken their scholars and monks as lords besides Allah and the Messiah, the son of Maryam. You see, if God wanted the Messiah, the son of Maryam, to not be taken as lords, his name would be they here. They have taken their scholars and monks and Masih, the son of Maryam, besides Allah as lords. But what he has done here is wrong. They have taken their scholars and monks as lords, besides Allah and the Masih, son of Maryam. Oh my goodness. They have misguided you. There was no real person who could explain to you, show you what these ayats truly mean. No one with this Quran, no person with this Quran to explain to you. You are lost cases in conflict. Okay, maybe you'll say the Sunni subsects have minor conflicts, right? But Shia and Sunni major conflict. 931. They have taken their scholars and monks as lords, besides Allah. So there should be no comma here, you know? The translators here, the ayat, they have taken the rabbis and the monks as lords, besides Allah, and the Masih, son of Maryam. So Masih, son of Maryam, can be taken as Lord. And you know, there's another ayat, do not take anyone as Lord besides Allah. So I'm not talking nonsense. And I'm not misguiding you. I don't want to cheat anyone. I pray that I don't cheat anyone else. So if you want liars, you go to the liars. They've changed this ayat with commas and all. Surah Tawbah, ayat 31. You know, you can take Masih ibn Maryam as Lord. So if you want to stick to what was the point here? Stand your ground is saying what was the point here? I don't know when he said this. The point is that you can take Isa ibn Maryam as Lord. And they've changed the ayats in commas. So now they are saying that this translation means, or the Quran ayat means, that you cannot take Isa, Masih ibn Maryam as Lord. I just showed you earlier. Sorry, did I not show you properly? Did you not get it? Stand your ground? How? I just told you. There's a comma they put there. Come to an agreement between us and you, and that we shall worship none but Allah, and that we shall not ascribe no partner unto him, and that none of us shall take others for lords besides Allah. Ali Imran, verse 64. Stand your ground. This is it, full stop. But here in Surah Tawbah, can you see this? Going back from Ali Imran, verse 64, you can't take anyone as your Lord. Now, will you see, stand your ground? Will you see the point here I'm making? Or will you go away like others have? Please look at this. They have taken their rabbis and their monks as lords besides Allah. Besides Allah and the Masih, son of Maryam, meaning the son of Maryam with Allah can be taken as Lord. Do you see this? Stand your ground. What I'm saying. Okay, maybe it's a bit tough to read. Open your Quran to Surah Tawbah, ayat 31. You see, here they've put a comma. They have taken the scholars and the monks besides Allah, and also the Masih, son of Maryam. Do you understand English, the grammar of English and all this? You see, if this ayat should have been, they have taken the Masih ibn Maryam, son of Mary, their scholars and monks as lords besides Allah, right? But it is not put like this in this ayat. Then it would be that you do not take Masih ibn Maryam as Lord with the scholars and monks beside Allah. Then it would be okay. Yes, but other verses will contradict the narrative you are implying. Yes, so I'm saying that that's why the discrepancy in the Quran ayat, which you cannot see, which you will say, then you will say that that's why you put a comma where there's no comma in Arabic here. That's why and then what has happened now? Contradiction has come in the Quran ayats. Stand your ground. Contradiction has come. Right. Yes, but other verses will contradict the narrative you are implying. I'm not implying any narrative. I'm not implying. I'm stating a fact. Then the narrative implied, just be very simple, and also is the correct one. How is this? Okay, sorry. Let me see this. Then the narrative implied by and also is the correct one. What narrative implied? You see, it's a very direct ayat. Can you be more in simple words? Can you put this in more simple words so that I can understand what you're trying to say? So you're saying your English is better and you've got the narrative implied by and to narrative. The one you are using is contradictory. Yes. Two ayats, please. Can you use, instead of narratives, can you use two ayats? But if you mean and also, then that narrative fits. Oh, you're saying that there's no and also here. But that's in the translation of Sahih International. That's not in the ayat word by word. If you know Arabic, can you read this ayat? In Arabic, is there in Arabic an and also in bracket? Surah Tawbah ayat 31. Stand your ground. Or have the translators put it there of this Quran ayat? Can you please check this? They have taken their rabbis and their monks as lords besides Allah, and the Messiah, son of Maryam. Sorry, there is no and also here in the Quran ayat translation in English, word by word. Can you check? Please check. Please come to Quran.com. Are you Pakistani or are you an Arab? Have you studied Arabic in Saudi Arabia? Huh? Because there is no and also in the Quran ayat word by word. Stand your ground. Can you please go to Surah Tawbah? Sometimes we use, I know, okay, sometimes you use and to imply and also, but there is no and also to imply in the Quran ayat word by word. It's only in the translation of the ayat. Sahih International has put and also to imply something, that and also would now complete this part above. Please see this. They have taken their scholars and monks. Couldn't God have put it better? Not implying, because then there will be two contradictory ayats. Some people might not be able to see this properly. Read this. They can't. They don't have your highway of implying this and then completing this sentence there and putting and also to imply the narrative. You know what I mean? Be very straightforward. This is a big thing. It's shirk, unforgivable. And please, can you check? You missed the point. If and implies and also, then they are not contradictory narratives. But stand your ground. You miss my point. It, it does not say word by word Arabic and also. If it did, Quran would have given me here word by word. They put many, they put there in comma, brackets. With him, they associate. With him in brackets. Do you see this? Is my screen focusing well? Please go to Surah Tawbah, ayat 31. Don't look at the Sahih International Translation. Look at the word by word English translation of the Arabic ayat. They have taken their rabbis and their monks as lords besides Allah and the Masih son of Maryam. Here it does not say and also. Can you see Surah 9, verse 31? If you don't know Arabic, Quran, go to Quran.com. Search like this, stand your ground. Search Surah Tawbah like that, 31, verse 31, Quran.com. He don't know Arabic. Here it says, and implying and also. Where does it say that? Rock. Yes, I don't think he knows Arabic. Because the Quran ayat word by word doesn't have and also implying anything. Yeah, I don't think he knows Arabic. Yeah, he's just he doesn't know Arabic. Because his own site, Quran.com, he's a Sunni Muslim. If he reads this in Arabic, it says and word by word, but implying and also. Oh, you're now saying that it has it's no. That sorry. You don't put your it's not implying and also. No, that is wrong. That you have implied just to, you know, not contradict that other verse I showed you. Your translators have implied, and you are implying. But if you see this ayat, it that and does not imply also. The word also is not implied. Stand your ground because and is sometimes used to imply and also, even in English. So your God could not put and also. Oh, even in English, and also. No. I don't see you don't imply on such verses. So, no, sorry, you can't add also in that verse. If God does not put it and he's implying, well, then we can also take without the implication. Can we not take it without the implication, this and? It's open to interpretation how we want to see it. If it's implied, we can take it without the implication, if the also is implied. And that room should not be open for anyone, if this is from a true God. Stand your ground says that would mean Jesus died for your sins. Yes, wouldn't it? Well, if it means that, then he took it from Waraka, who was, because when he had his, the angel came to him and pressed him, he went to first to Khadija. Saladin, what is now? You were already refuted. I'm going to time you out again. Stand your ground. Yes, he went to his wife. He didn't know which angel, what, if it was a demon or Satan. But here, if you say that an and also could be implied, even in English, but that's English, that's not the Quran, that's not, you know, even if you give it to me from the Bible, well, this is a very important point here. Shirk is happening. It may not mean that Jesus died for your sins, but yeah, Masih, the son of Maryam, whatever you may say it means, but what here now? Don't go further than that. Just see here that there are contradictions in the Quran ayats, and if your God is Allah is implying also in it with the and, then there are people who will may not and can be also used without the word also implied, can it not? And there are people who can take this as and without the word also implied. Because you see, also here, have you seen Surah Takwir? Would you say this messenger who possesses power, Allah, is this not shirk? According to how you know your Quran, how the Sunnis know their Quran, it will be contradiction if you are not implying and also. Yes, it would be. And why should you imply? You should be very sure. Allah should be very sure. Stand your ground says, but we all know and is implied, it's used to imply. No, 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 no. You cannot assume these things, implied and all this rock and wow and also wa'aidan and also wa'aidan. You cannot say this is implied, so God missed the word also, and this and is it says also means and also. You can't because there could be you could take it and without the also. M18, what is the argument? It's on Surah Tawbah, verse 31, that the and can be implied as also, but God did not put also. And why did He put this ayat like this? Surah Tawbah, ayat 31. Are there no metaphorical statements in the Quran? No, no, when you're going against people and you're saying they have changed their books with their mouths. When you have to be very no there can in this case you can have like something even that is not right. I don't agree to that metaphorical that the sun sets. You're misguiding the people. The sun sets in murky waters. And by implying this also and blaming the others so badly that they can be even killed. Punishments are severe. And if you're trying to hide anything, no, I'm 80 now. I've reached, is this shirk that a messenger has power with Allah? Is this shirk? Surah Takwir Ayat 13. But on what? On a major case like unforgivable sin, on contradictions. So does that make, if you have metaphorical statements in The parables of Jesus in the NT, would that contradict one parable with another parable? Thank you, M18. I'm here trying to tell, stand your ground. You'll have to hold your horses, be patient with me here. That indeed it is a word, conveyed, they say. No, no. Here, word by word, it says, indeed it is surely a word of a messenger noble. Stand your ground, yeah? There would be a contradiction in the Bible, in the parables of Jesus. Okay, I don't know about that, but that would be wrong. So I'm not a Christian. If there is, then the Bible is also gone case. Um, and I don't believe in the Bible. I'm not a Christian. Neither am I a Jew. Surah Takwir, verse 20 now. Who is the possessed of power and with the owner of the throne secure in position? They put these. What would you say about this ayat? Possessor of power with the owner of the throne secure. There is a messenger, and this is the word of the messenger. No, it doesn't work like that. Then how does it work? How does this ayat work? Huh? How does this ayat work? And in power with the owner of the throne, you know Arabic, right? Are you an Arab or did you study in Saudi Arabia? M18. It is a messenger for God speak. He delivered the sender words. No, no. Please, where are you going? Sender words. He did not deliver. This is a word from, it's from the Quran ayat word by word. Don't let the translations mislead you. Translation Sahih International. Don't let these translations mislead you. Word by word, it says, indeed, it is surely a word of a messenger, noble. Quran ayat, the Arabic says this. And then what does Allah say? If there were many contradictions in the Quran, it would be from other than Allah. Tell me, where have you studied? At least tell me, stand your ground. Tell me that you studied the Quran from Pakistan and Arab, where? The brackets are used for implications. Implied, implied, implied. It should not be. It should be very clear. When he's blaming the polytheists, and some Sunnis say Shias. Okay, what about this ayat? Surah Fat ayat. Are you a Pakistani? Did you study? At least tell me, did you study Arabic? Do you know Arabic? Or you're asking if you have an Arab friend, are you in Arabia? Look at this Surah Fat ayat. Again, they've made mistakes. Surah Fat ayat 9 in translation. The ayat says something else, the translation. Did someone teach you to read the Quran or did you study the Quran yourself? Well, all Muslims, when I was a Muslim, should I not know my Quran? Who should teach me? Who should teach me the Quran? Your religious scholars, Sunni or Shia? Huh? It is in plain Arabic in our language. We should know, right? There you go. What do you mean, there I go? You were asking me the same question. Yeah, but you seem to know the Quran ayat so well that it's implied. So I'm just asking if you are an Arab. I'm not blaming you. Am I blaming you? I'm just asking you because I need to know if you're from Saudi Arabian, Arab, Iraqi. Are you a Shia Arab that you would know the meaning? Okay, what is there I go? Okay, if you want to be like this, do you think I blamed you? I am a Sunni Muslim. Okay, thank you. At least this answer you gave me after such a long time. So now have a look at this ayat. And you know Arabic, right? At least tell me you know Arabic. You know how to read Arabic? Just a very simple answer. You can have me wrong. You can say it's all implied there. And you can get all the contradictory ayats together. Just say you know Arabic. You're an Arab. You've studied. At least if you're not an Arab, you went to Saudi Arabia or UAE or Qatar. Please, you are pretending to be CP. No, I'm not pretending, neither am I copying him. Oh my goodness. Now your rock says there are many ex-Muslims exposed Quran, even from Saudi and Arabs as well. Thank you, Rock. Stand your ground. Says be genuine. I'm as genuine as I am. Now why are you blaming me? Starting to give you're starting to personally attack me, pretending to be CP. Okay, are you sound like a real like you want to suck my blood today. Rock is saying she is, but these Muslims, their own Arabs have realized that there are contradictions in the ayats. Even some of your, I think, from where hadiths, tafsir, what do you call them? I'm not pretending to be CP. No personal attacks. Are you being genuine? Are you an Arab? Do you know Arabic? Do you know the meaning of nikah? I think Rock is right. I heard from somewhere that even some Arabs were saying there are contradictions in the Quran ayat. At stand your ground, at Rock is a lindu. What's a lindu, stand your ground? You better be respectful here, otherwise, I'm going to kick you out. You're Pakistani, aren't you? At M18, laughing out loud joke. Those ex Muslims only expose their poor understanding. M18, you're right. Sorry, I missed your comment here. What? Those ex Muslims only expose their poor understanding. Oh, I thought you said those Muslims only expose. No, M18, you are also a Muslim. Stand your ground. For God's sakes, what kind of people are you? Stop. Lindu is what? He didn't abuse you or say anything bad about you. At Rock, knew it, beef burgers are my favorite. Stand your ground. You're going now. Stand your ground. You're going to M18. You're also gone. I've just removed him, Rock. These Muslims, they just want to come here and harass people. They don't know the Arabic. They don't know the contradictions the religious scholars have had about the Quran. I'm going to remove you from here. M18, you're not coming back. Here, yes, I know they don't know anything. Yes, they don't know anything. And yet they're bent on respect our prophet, killing, harming, punishing, attacking. I know what they do in Pakistan and against the Shias elsewhere also. How they question the Shias, how they harass the Shia Muslims. Shias don't go up to them saying things, asking them, oh, I have a great argument, thank you. I know I've won. M18. You are put on timeout now. So here also a mistranslation. Surafat Ayat 9. What is implied here? He would say that, person, I've timed him out, stand your ground. So that there would be no contradiction in the Quran ayats. But Abu Bakr said, there's a hadith after the death of the Prophet. So if you are a Sunni Muslim, you would know what Abu Bakr said. If you know your hadiths, your sources, your books on Islam. If you worship Muhammad, know that he is dead. So there were people worshipping Muhammad. I am a Sunni. Salahuddin has come back. You're also timed out. You can't. You see, these Sunnis and the Shias, when they want to defend Prophet Muhammad, they can do all sorts of mental gymnastics and say this is implied in this Quran ayat and that is implied. And they put their own words in. And then their Quran is blaming the Ahl Kitab for changing their books with their mouths. So, how can this Quran not be clear when it's left room for implied words? Implied words. Anyone can just put an implied word there, metaphorically taking it, then there would be no contradictions or something. They want to fix the dictionary contradictionary ayats in the Quran, the conflicting ayats in the Quran, and they put words in. And the Quran itself is blaming the Christians. One shot at stand your ground. Are you a khat mullah? Oh, one shot. Thank you for coming to my rescue. I don't know what he is. What's a khat mullah? You see, when the Quran ayats, my point also is to add this, that when you're blaming the Ahl Kitab for changing the words, you at least should not put words like this is implied in this, and then no one can catch you. There are contradictory ayats when you've said if there were contradictory ayats in the Quran, it would be other than Allah. But your religious scholars and God knows who have gone trying to help the contradictions in the Quran ayats. Fix it. And so they've told you in English there's also and also implied. So here you have the and also implied. And in other languages also, this could be implied and also. And here it implies that you can only exalt him, Allah, not Prophet Muhammad. But that's not the way the Quran ayat is. So, for another thing is that this Quran ayats are not clear. That anyone can, in these contradictory verses, what you have translated as, i.e., Allah, it's implied that Him is Allah. Rock says, without lies, Islam dies. Yes, for sure. I can see this now. So I can say this. Rock says they just try to defend it always with any nonsense logics. Oh yes, yes, Rock. Thank you so much. Okay, so I mean, it really baffles the, it really shocks the living daylights out of me, and it even makes me really sad. You know, like these people are like uh, some I don't know what they are, parasites or they are bloodsuckers. So the Prophet says, the Prophet is bloodthirsty. Unless you obey him and take what he gives you and obey him in his decisions, even if he decides that you get married to someone you don't like, you don't agree, and he forces you, like he did Zainab and Josh, and you don't care, they don't care. These Muslims don't care. And then he, like, oh, maybe you don't like, but do choose Muslims against polities to get married to. And maybe there's something you don't like, but someone, but in her is very good, is a good in her, that Quran ayat. And then, but the Prophet, shouldn't he be careful? If a beauty pleases him, should he get married? But he forces Zainab bin Josh, and his Quran ayats are like this, that maybe you don't like a thing and it is good for you, so get married to these women you may not like. And then the Prophet goes and he's allowed many wives, but now God has stopped him in this ayat. God has stopped him. And what he's done is, oh my God, मैम आप सो जाओ. हाँ योगेंद्र सिंह आपने सही कहा. बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आप लोग मेरे लिए इतना केयर करते हैं. मैं आपको दुआ के अलावा तो कुछ नहीं दे सकती हूँ. बेस्ट विशेस. हाँ, बस ये करके मैं जा रही हूँ. हाँ, बहुत लेट हो गया. मेरे नेबर्स डिस्टर्ब होंगे. ओह सॉरी, सूर्य एजाब वर्स है. हाँ, लगता है मुझे भी सोना चाहिए. Happens. Surah Azab verse. Even if the beauty please thee, except, तो क्यों अल्लाह कहता है कि even if the beauty, क्यों beauty को ला रहा है? This means that कहीं पे तो Prophet Muhammad को beauty pleased him. सूरे एहजाब किसी को फोर्स करवा रहा है कि इवन इफ यू डोंट लाइक द पर्सन अल्लाह कह रहा है I mean get married to a moment. Okay ma'am, I'm also going to sleep now, it's too late. Rock, it's very nice dream. Really? Thank you so much. Bas, thanks. Keep it up. Thank you, Rock, so much. God bless you, your family members. Good night. Okay. Sleep well. All the best to you. Stay strong. Thank you. I will. You're behind me. I will stay strong. I need your. I need your support. I've been through so much. Take care. GN means sorry, Rock. Huh? Yoginder saying, okay, ma'am. Rock, I'm so grateful to you. You've been here for a very long time. You need to also go to sleep. Hope you enjoyed the stream. He said it's nice. Yoginder saying, मैम अभी आपको इंसानियत के लिए बहुत काम करना है. हम लोगों को आप जैसे बहादुर वेमेन की बहुत ज़रूरत है. थैंक यू योगिंदर सिंह. मैं जब तक जिंदा रहूंगी ये करूंगी. रॉक GN मीन्स गुड नाइट. हाँ गुड नाइट. सॉरी देखिए मेरा दिमाग में नहीं चल रहा है. ओके गुड नाइट ब्रदर्स. यू ऑल ब्यूटीफुल पीपल. आई लव यू. I just have to say this, you know. My loving care for you, my best wishes, my love to your wives, Rock, Yoginder Singh, your spouses, your family, your mother. I salute your mothers unendingly. What great children she has given you. What great people you are. Okay, good night, ma'am. Good night, Yoginder Singh. All those who here participated and were well behaved and were after the truth and justice and for insaniyat, for humanity's sake, to save humanity. Thank you, Yoginder Singh. Rocky, I don't know how to thank you all. God bless you all and your family members much always. Thank you for the likes, team. All three of you who are here. One shot also, I forgot. One shot. Thank you so much. Bye. All of you, sisters, brothers, all of you in humanity, with lots of love and best wishes and blessings.